Did that fix anything? It's like I feel like I should be able to hear myself. But what the fuck was that? Oh well. Okay, all I did was turn the mic off and back on. So you can hear me the whole time? That's crazy. So quick recap of what I said. No, we're not outsourcing the gameplay. IT, how are you doing? There's no way I'm muted. How am I muted? Okay, I fixed the muted part. Then I was just talking about, yo, I didn't know group can move like that. Uh, that's basically it, honestly. Waiting for my friend, but bro has not said a word. Yeah, okay. Anyways, should we just jump into a competitive game and suffer my rank even more? What do we think? Celestial went. All right, heard your instructions loud and clear. I'm not gonna lie, there might be an ad soon. Celestial went is crazy though. Where's my teammates? Where's my duos? My Where's the rest of the gangling?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Those are the questions we need answers to.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh? I am the god of thunder.
We got motherfucker named Garp on the team. We got Mech Gunna.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Add in progress. Okay. I see. Okay, they banned Iron Fist and we banned the Dinosaur. Now we're banning Phoenix and they're gonna ban probably Phoenix. Is that just kind of how it goes? How are you? I am good. I am ready to lose my rank even further. Everybody bans Gambit.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
This is either about to go really well for us or really bad for us.
Yeah, I'll go hella if it's like not working.
Though I be a god, I would
30
rather
seconds before you
inspire
attack.
mortals than be
Get ready.
worshipped.
Alright, we're locked in, we're locked in, we're locked in.
'Tis a joy to have a fellow monarch fighting
Right
by
after
my
I
side.
resize the windowing of the screen, hold on. Alright, now we're locked in.
Igsgard's warriors currently answer to my brother, Loki. But
The
that's
battle starts in
They got
5,
Satchel,
4, 3,
Gizmo,
2, 1.
Oliver
All you need to do
Halsfield,
is capture the mission area.
Oliver Halsfield. Oh,
This is my duo's mad mood.
huh? What the fuck, Yante? Okay, I just bricked everything. Dude, do not watch any of the. Oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't have just started in comp. Oh, you know what? Struggle builds adversity. Adversity. Whatever the word is. Oh. Oh. Okay. So basically, where the fuck is my team?
Yeah, get up. Get up. Need more DPS.
My turn to capture the mission area.
If you can go Moon Knight, it'd be good.
So they have triple support. I see the problem. Okay. So here's the thing about all that. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Who the fuck is Angela? Holy shit. Where the holy fuck, you're too fast for me. Oh hell no. Can I aim? Can I aim? Lord, can I aim? Lord, I need the bubble. Oh, I'm so cooked. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, it's over. Get me out of here. I don't understand exactly what's happening to the team.
Wait, no more. You don't have to like Bucky or something? Just one more.
No. Holy fuck, bro. That's not good. No. Fucking for real, bro. Are you fucking for real, bro? Ah, I'm dead.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Is it over? Like already, bro? Fall back, brother. What do you mean fall back? It's over, dude. There's no coming back if we fall back. Okay, I guess we lose then. The fuck? Are you the throw that just lost in my map, bro?
the true warrior is not defined by strength, but by courage. I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Boy, some of my
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay. Okay. I think this is what we need to do. I'm on point first, just push. Hey man, I was there.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Don't worry, anything is possible in domination.
The entertainment has arrived.
A wise man once said.
armored up. This is a nice spot.
I didn't mean to press that button. All good, don't worry. Cyclops, don't worry. Okay, maybe worry a little bit. Maybe just worry like a tad bit.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, double. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You're ready for action.
Bro said "hat" in the chat. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Bro, get off of me, bro. Bruh. Bruh. Hey, chill, Brody. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, so now we're on triple support, and we still have no motion. Am I the problem? Maybe.
Born again. This spot. You're ready for action.
Oh shit.
You're welcome. This is real firepower. Team play. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You're ready for action.
95.
This is a nice spot. You're welcome.
Take everything!
My good
Yeah,
deed.
chill. Yeah, chill on that.
Us against the world!
Oh, hell no. Yo, chill on that. Yo, chill on that. Oh, fuck.
Can't hurt me.
What the fuck is that?
I'll patch you up.
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
Captured more than half the mission area.
Bruh. Bruh.
You're ready for action. Magneto.
A nice deep freeze.
This is a nice spot. I'll patch you up. See, I'm flarking helpful. We should light 'em up here.
Glory is almost yours!
Follow the enemy. You're ready for action. Follow the enemy.
Yo, can we kill fucking... Oh my god.
Team play. That's me. You're welcome.
You're doing better than they are! No winner yet. Going to overtime!
Holy fuck, my aim.
This is real firepower.
Oh, no fucking way. Oh my god. No, no. Not like this. Not like this. Can we do it? Oh my god.
Yo, I told you, bro. They give you no chance. He was hitting on me. I just hopped on damage. That makes stuff
Alright,
straight.
it's 1-1. Domination.
OT.
We guard the galaxy.
Game
sure,
3.
But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, we got ads on the stream, bro.
A symbiote. Ugh, I hate these
Ads on the stream. How do you feel about that? We used to pray for times like this.
Fine, but try not to drip any protoplasm on me. I just washed my fur.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A bad guy is a bad guy. No real difference between any of them.
Armor pads here. Hey, you're ready for action.
What am I? Invisible? Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. We are undefeatable!
No, Punisher! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. When they get a mantis, bro? Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to leave.
You're welcome.
Oh shit, oh shit, yeah, I went and did some dumb shit, I can't lie.
We do not have numbers.
Oh fuck, we still haven't capped it yet? Venom live? Oh fuck,
You
no, it's
ain't
not
got
happening.
rid of me yet.
It's not happening.
Capture the mission area!
Here, what are y'all waiting for? I'll patch you up.
We don't have a tank, we don't have a tank, bro. What are you cooking, bro? Oh my god.
Down. That fucking hurt. You're ready for action.
A little help, please.
Rocket, wait for my ult. Okay.
Us against the world!
Venom, bro, you're so far. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
This is real firepower.
They broke that shit immediately, bro.
Disappear!
Oh my god.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
I'll patch you up.
Oh fuck.
See, I'm blocking. This is a nice spot. You're ready.
No, Magneto. Fuck. I'm selling. I'm selling.
Scratch my back. You're welcome. Lead them to Khonshu.
Stage.
Holy fuck.
I'll patch you up.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
No way. Not this shit again, bro.
This is a nice spot.
Fuck.
Well done, my son.
We are as down as physically possible.
I'll patch you up.
Venom, I don't like how far you are.
Feeling fantastic.
No, Venom, you fucker. I don't think you're close enough.
Thanks so much.
I'll patch you up.
Us against the world!
Scratch my back.
Fuck.
No way, no way.
Fuck.
Yo, Venom.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Okay.
No, I had my ult.
TP and rocket ult. I'm gonna try to attack.
You gotta go. You gotta go, Punisher. Damn.
Bro, are you stupid?
Damn.
Nah, yo.
GG.
Never mind, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Bro's putting his Twitch in the chat, bro. That's so tough. Rafiki.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Say less. Run it
Let's-
up. Go can pull it up or no?
Go. Getting lower, crazy. Hey, man. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, how did you break the threshold? Like, what did you have to do to get the average viewer count? Did you like try my method of ending stream early?
I'm not judging.
Yeah, I did that, and then also just like the multiple tab method. Seeing that, I don't know if that actually
that-
changed anything, but
I don't think it does.
placebo effect, you know, periscope method.
Cause I tried that.
No,
I
it
tried that,
limits.
didn't
It's
work.
2 per IP address, or something like that.
Mm.
Something or other.
I'm going in.
Lord Groot on a quick play. Are you winning though? And absolutely not. But now I'm about to start winning.
I don't raise my voice. My actions speak for me.
Yeah, Lord Groot is crazy.
30 seconds.
Oh, Lord Penny. Whoa, what is this skin? This skin is tough.
The one that you have on, or the one that you're looking at
Oh.
on the ground.
Well, I'm looking at.
Mountains, rooftops, the moon. My students get a 30-second head start.
I mean, the one I'm drippy as hell too. This Penny skin is tough as fuck.
She hitting that shit though. She hitting that shit.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Power means nothing without discipline.
I'm back in plat. I queued with a friend. She had some freaky lobbies. Those guys were not real, bro. You went from diamond back to platinum, bro. Bro. Okay, that just means we can lock in with the other motherfucker.
Absolutely cooking.
Yeah, if only my comp games were all like this, you know? This is criminal. We queued quick play right after and I was MVP for the win. Yeah, quick play, you know. At least there's real people there sometimes.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Are these guys real people?
Pink Taco. Onion Boy. Ask him next round, maybe. See what's going on. Oh, we got Lord Hulk now. I mean, it is quick play. Maybe they weren't playing serious, you know? No, Magic died. I'm on. Let's go. Yeah, we about to have a nice 4-stack fight, bro.
That was easy.
Cyclops is their only person with kills, and they have 2 kills.
Who died?
I don't raise my
Magic
voice.
and Cyclops.
My actions speak for me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
These guys might be bots.
Another fine mess we've gotten ourselves into, eh, partner? I'm not your partner, Wade. Never have been, never will be. Take one look at the international box office. That'll be right.
Oh.
No clue what you're talking about.
Battle starts in 5,
That's it.
3, 2, 1.
That's a rough.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Fuck, I think my head's covering the chat.
I forged my sword.
This is a Mad Moon Magic gameplay, bro. Bro, I think I have like 5 minutes on Magic total all time.
Extra shielding.
Not my bag.
I am ready to
What the fuck? Holy all spam. Okay.
Oh, I'm about to die.
No,
Save me.
who decided that?
Well, that was fun.
Good job, guys.
What a game.
Back in the hunt.
God dang it, Magic. White box bubble thing pisses me off. It stops everything. I'd rather be frozen. Yeah. It's actually so annoying too. Can you not die? Oh shit, Wolverine. Alright, Wolverine, I can't save you from all that. Yeah, they're all like up there. You look miserable? No, this is quick play. This is quick play and we're winning. Don't say things like that. I'm just like dissociating because this shit's like, you know, mindless winning.
This is mindless. This isn't even. I'm not even thinking right now, bro.
Yo, what's up? I see you on Hanyo's streams when she chat when she streams. Yo, what's up, dude?
Oh, I'm about to die. They killed me.
Oh no, my fault. I let you die. I was reading the chat. Fuck, we're gonna lose this game now. How could you?
Imagine.
I can't imagine. I mean, I called them bots like
I've survived so
a minute and a half ago.
Yeah, so Marvel Rivals, great game. Everybody's playing it. My mom knows about it. My dad, he's kind of interested.
I am ready to put on
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. I'm getting cooked up. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Can we kill her? Thank you. Can we kill him? Thank you. Can we kill them? Thank you. Oh my god. No, you fuckers. What's poppin', Sabo? We are back.
Nah, there's no way.
What happened, bro?
They're trying. About to dive in here. Where is it?
I'm on the way back, bro. Get Magneto, get Magneto, get Magneto. Let's go. Super clutch. Super clutch. Fuck, I need to move my big ass head out the way. Move my thing down. Alright, I guess I'm going to the other side of the screen. Take my other thing.
So Sabo.
So frisky.
Oh, wrong one.
Holy, we view botting, bro? 9 viewers?
View botting? Excuse me?
That's against TOS.
We got motion, bro.
His shit would get capped at like 4 then.
That's facts, actually.
Right to my X-Men. What's the move?
Are you in a game right? Oh, you're in practice range, alright.
Yeah.
Join the lobby.
What? Are we waiting for anyone? Oh, Kaku.
me.
Justin.
He's on Discord.
Not you. Anyone else in our roster? Not it.
No.
Not you.
Oh, there.
Anyone else on your roster? Not
It's
you.
not, as long as it's not Amit, bro, we're good. Amit said he's gonna play
How do
Minecraft, bro.
I,
Yo, no way, bro. I'm so glad.
Yo,
So
legit
I'm
question.
not even being funny, man. Like I always want you to pull up.
I've been busy, bro.
Fair enough.
Popping bottles.
I be
How you
popping
been?
bottles. Mark was in
I've been
champagne.
good though. You know.
Yo, I had a
Spider-Man's coming
technical
out soon.
question, but you guys like fucking aired me, bro. I wanted to know how you can change your faceplate.
You'll need a
Nameplate.
top-notch team to win this one.
Oh.
You go into the hero you want to change the nameplate into. Like you mean like these covers, right? Like these with the characters.
Oh my
No,
God,
no,
I
no,
can
you mean
see
no,
it.
like-
no, like
What are
in
you
like
talking
the,
about, bro?
the
No,
name,
like you know, like when you press tab and the game loads in, and you
Yeah,
have
that
like,
was
like
okay, yeah.
design on the card.
You can't see
Yeah,
what
you're
you see,
talking
bro.
about.
All right, bro.
yeah, we'll tell. I'll tell you next after this game.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
I know
Next
what you
episode.
mean. Next episode. I'll tell you
Well,
next
tell us
episode. I'll
next
tell you next
episode.
episode.
I'm the Punisher.
Why are we full
Over the top
DPS?
I'll tell you next commercial break, bro.
Yo, mod from the ads? Oh shit, I'm a mod.
No, it's commission based.
How do
It's,
you-
it's per moderating action, bro. That I
How do you
approve of.
play?
That I
How
approve
do you
of.
play this character?
How do you play
Bro,
Cyclops?
I just
You'll figure it out, bro.
I can't mod and play at the same time. My internet can't handle that.
I mean, all you need to do is read the chat. You need to have the video part playing.
Holy fuck, I feel like James Marsden, bro.
You are, bro.
James Marsden? That's so funny.
My favorite
Who's
Zionist.
that?
You're in the Sonic movie, no?
There's no way you just said who's that, bro. It's
Yo,
Cyclops.
My favorite Zionist is
No,
actually
that's
James
the dude from
Marlowe.
Sonic.
James Maslow.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, he was. Yeah, to be fair, he wasn't.
From Big Time
Marlon
Rush.
Brando?
From Big Time Rush.
What do we have? 4 fucking DPS, bro.
Oh.
Why don't we
Is it
have
like
more?
that?
That's a better question. There's no
Oh,
one
my
on
physics
point.
degree. Holy shit, my physics degree is going fucking crazy. Holy fuck, sine theta.
This is what you were made for, bro. This is what the
Holy
physics
shit,
degree
my
was
X-Men.
made for. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. They have a Hawkeye? They have a Cyclops named Low Gangster? That's crazy. You know,
Are y'all losing your fights, bro?
Oh, we already have
Me, bro, I can do this all day.
I'm aiming at you. Who's he talking about?
Oh, damn, the rocket almost got me, gang.
Yeah, team. Oh shit.
I'm with you.
Let's go.
You have any dive?
We got a
Why do we need
dinosaur.
dive when we got bare firepower, bro?
Get Hawkeye, bro. Get
Right.
Hawkeye.
Heal him in the
This
air.
is for the
That
trials.
Hawkeye actually got my ass, bro. He sniped me for real.
No, I almost got the rocket before he ulted, bro. Someone sell it.
Someone's selling?
And it's not the Iron Man.
It might be the fact that we have one
Iron Man's
tank.
performing.
It might be we have one tank.
Yeah.
Nah.
Composition, though.
Nah?
We have bare firepower, we'll win, bro. We just gotta outshoot them.
That's
Let's go,
You have
everyone
the
laser. Laser at the same time, let's do this.
everybody
can't do this.
laser.
They can't do this. Oh, I'm dead. They outshot me, bro.
It was an alt and everything, bro. but I think
Okay,
Yo.
okay.
they
What
got-
I think we need is more firepower actually.
I punish it, Tyler. Let me get this
No,
ult
no,
off
no,
and I'll
no.
punish
Stay
it.
Iron Man, stay Iron Man, bro. I need the team up. They'll never see
Meant
it
to
coming.
create these alt
Oh, we're
of our
Who
capping?
the fuck is on point,
capping?
bro?
Probably Jeff.
Oh,
yeah,
Jeff.
was doing
Yeah, why the
something.
fuck is Jeff over there? That's who's selling, bro. This guy's not
Yeah, that was actually
healing.
a stupid call. Yeah, he's playing DPS to be honest.
All right, go. We got a body. We got a body. We got
Bro, I
a.
got sniped.
All right, I'm still alive. I thought I died, bro.
Go,
I thought I
go.
saw the afterlife.
Go,
Can we dive
go.
off this?
Yo,
Okay,
buy
now.
me some time. I'm
Please.
finna ult. I'm finna ult on
shit.
point.
Yo,
Okay, you'll get the
Alt on
that
invis,
invisible
bro.
woman now, bro.
Come on.
bro, do something, please. Surfel, please.
Yo,
No way. No way. That's what
good
we
job,
waited
Surfel.
for.
That was all you.
I mean, no, he burnt the
They can't
Magneto ult, I
contest.
guess. You know, we'll call it that. We will call it burning a Magneto ult.
Yeah, maybe more firepower was actually the answer.
Holy fuck, 8 DPS, bro. Is it the meta?
Yeah, 4.5
I think it is,
DPS, bro.
Heal me, bro. Heal me.
Who are you talking to, bro?
Get
Oh,
in front of me,
we don't have
bro.
a Jeff anymore. We have a C&D? Okay.
Oh, short a snipe! Holy fuck,
I'm
it's
going
perfect.
crazy. I'm going crazy right now. Yeah.
Don't stop, bro. Keep going.
Oh, fuck it, let's go. Let's keep pushing it. Fuck it.
I mean, they spawn here,
levitating, bro.
so. Dua Lipa?
You want me? Sorry. we're gonna DMC it, bro.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Holy fucking sign data, bro.
Oh.
Get in front of me.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
That's them? Alright, you missed me. Oh shit, I got deleted.
Oh,
That's
shit. Yo, that's not good. I'm gonna die here. Fuck.
Persona test that if I still remember how to play Luna.
If we just kill Hawkeye, we don't lose.
Oh my gosh. Who's getting me? Heal me, bro.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm pressing the wrong buttons.
Alright, we good.
We have time, we have time.
Yo, Loki, I forgot to press the
We gonna be
team up
alright.
button. I forgot to press the team up button for like a good minute there.
This shit hit scan?
The
Yeah.
fuck?
Tis.
Alright, we
Yeah,
good?
she's supposed to
Everyone
be
here?
is better than like Phoenix.
Oh, I'm about to.
Not hard.
I mean, that all you need is aim, bro. That's a real difference maker.
You like those
Anybody's
heals,
good if
Surfel?
you can aim.
Yo, I couldn't ask for anything else, bro.
Except for fucking dog shit Captain America, bro. Nothing can save that guy. Fucking worst character in video game history, I think.
That's your man?
Yeah.
He's good,
That's why
bro.
Paul
He's just not
speak.
good. He's not good in low elo because your teammates are ass.
And they disconnect every 5 minutes.
And they disconnect, or they try to surrender if you lose one round.
Oops.
That's fair.
That's me.
I was like,
Same, to be honest.
yeah, that's why you're still there, bro.
Damn!
sorry, the Hawkeye's like pushing me back.
No, Hawkeye's a demon, bro. This guy took me out my ult.
You have any CC?
Yeah, fuck up.
We got. No, not really.
We got
We don't need it.
We don't need it. We got firepower.
We got firepower, bro. Bodies. Bodies.
Yeah.
Bodies.
Holy fucking
Hawkeye's
fumbles.
dead, bro.
Yeah, fucking dived
Yeah,
him,
fuck
bro.
that guy. Cloak and dagger just
hell
ulted.
no. Yo, somebody stop that.
I tried, but I was able to avoid.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh shit.
Fuck. Magneto got saved. Magneto's alive. Push back a little bit.
How's our Deadpool ace, bro? I feel like he's done nothing.
What touch of healing?
Fucking
Is
DPS,
Magneto
bro.
alive?
Yeah,
They're on the
survived.
corner, bro.
Bro,
No,
Very
he's
nice.
dead now.
they're not alive, bro.
Fucking hammering on Deadpool, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, your teammates killed him and performed.
Great Lakes Avengers represent.
Must be a final hit merchant, bro.
You guys didn't need me.
Must be.
Another epic victory.
Can't stop queefing.
Holy fucking accuracy mog this guy, bro.
Can't stop queefing, bro.
Can't stop, you won't stop. You won't drop. Try to take your X up, ski, you can drop.
Your Raffy Taffy can't stop queefing, man. That's a diabolical duo.
The diabolical two-man.
Yeah, what am I aiming at? This guy is 0%, bro.
Damn.
How's he doing, bro?
Aim it on
That was the
Bucky.
Hawkeye as well. What the hell?
Aim it on Bucky, bro.
To hide your stats so that your team can't claim you.
Oh shit, they got Doofus Milks on their team, bro.
Is that Rufus and for unstoppable?
Doofus Milks.
Rufus and unstoppable.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Chat, what are we feeling? More supports?
They gave me a fucking Deadpool skin? That's fucking lit.
Which one?
What season is this? Workwear Woes?
Work.
That's like a ranked reward, no? Looks like dog shit.
I don't know.
Is that Thanos?
This is my first
That's
Cyclops.
a Doom bot, bro.
I don't even really know what a cult is.
Doctor Doombot.
Stay strong.
Not this again.
It must be hard fighting to protect the worlds that hate sentience.
Obsolescent freshman.
Fucking Cowabunga.
The spelling bee, bro? What are you doing?
The battle starts in 5.
Alright, one tank,
Nothing,
3
how's it?
supports.
Have you ever used that character?
Never.
Alright, turn up. That's what I like to hear. I'm cooked. I don't know why I'm playing like DPS.
Aren't you DPS?
No, as in, why am I playing as a tank? My fault.
Why am I playing as a
Wrong way.
DPS, bro?
I'm gonna hit Jihad Knight.
We're working on it, we're working on it. Sorry, there's also a whole ass dinosaur in front of me. And a Cyclops above me.
Please don't let them kill me. Is there a Moon Knight?
Yeah, there's been a Moon Knight, bro.
Oh, since when?
I'm gonna alt Moon Knight, I think. I can see him.
Okay. Oh,
He fucked his ult.
Damn, they killed me though. I was shredding them.
Get Magneto here?
I am ready to
Yo, there's my
He's up.
fucking.
Oh, thank you for those heals, whoever that was. Those clutch as fuck.
trying my
You're welcome, bro.
best. I'm dead now. I died.
The ulted point?
Oh, I'm dead. Fuck, please, please, please. Oh my gosh. Bro, he's after me. Let go, bro.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, this is where I fucking spawn into, bro. Some bullshit.
What the?
Here comes Deadpool.
Oh my god, alt spam, bro. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Ouch.
Where the fuck is the team? Where did you guys go?
We're on point. We're on point. We're chilling.
Not you.
Nah.
The rest of these motherfuckers. These okay. Yo, Surf, I can't help you from over there.
I just died.
That's okay, bro. I might have to switch out for Iron Man, bro.
That's okay.
Nah.
Yeah.
Never
how
give
many
up.
How many Iron Man games do you have, Surfel?
No.
Bear.
Too many. Too many to be playing like this.
Bro, I'm dead.
Oh, they're gonna get us. They're gonna get us. Yeah, this is work up here.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be
Man, the gate.
Bro. We're pun this time. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, yeah. You know
Damn.
game's cooked when I start saying that shit.
No, that's when you know the game is just starting, bro.
Oh, so that's how you can fucking fly. Damn.
How the fuck is a dinosaur diving me?
Okay.
He saw
What the
that.
fuck are
He saw the meteor. He's like, yo, let me do that shit.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
I can't help you. I can't help you all.
We have healers? Oh shit, you could have fooled me.
I cannot heal you all.
Oh my gosh!
I cannot
What's
save you from
going
that.
on?
Okay. Okay.
You know what it is?
What is it?
wow.
No flame, no flame. Alright, I'm waiting for my team. We're portaling for no
Go,
reason.
go, 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 go,
Nice.
go, go. We're portaling. No, you don't understand. This is Portal Man Portal, bro.
Yeah, this ain't no portal, boy. Okay, I'm actually getting cooked now. The Cyclops locked in.
Luna ulted.
Okay. White Fox just got touched.
Jesus Christ! Oh my
Cyclops
god! Okay, the dinosaurs in our spawn, bro. The dinosaurs in our spawn.
Okay. Fucking, what is this? Fucking Jurassic Park 2, bro?
I'm spiraling, bro.
I'm on the point. Somebody save me.
I'm
That's a
on
gift.
It's me and White Fox on the point. It's over. Yeah, it's over.
Bro,
Oh, she
I went
ulted on
from
the point. It's not
7-1
over.
to
It's not over.
7-5.
It's not over.
And
Hope is not
I'm
lost. Hope is not lost.
not over. It's
Deadpool
not over.
ulted. Hope is not lost.
It ain't over.
Hope it's
It ain't over till it's over.
Cyclops
Okay,
almost
it's
has all.
over.
Oh.
We got 3 minutes. Oh, we're on defense.
I think I maybe should have used other ults. With sustain, maybe. I don't know. That looks like it.
Bro, I'm so cooked.
I'm a
so
slash.
Roto
cooked.
Reggie.
I'm so cooked. Ah, fuck.
5 minutes to defend this? Yeah, it's over.
We can do this. We can do this. We can do this.
This is a good start. I don't know what happened.
Was it a good
Cyclops-
start?
Cyclops-
I don't remember having a good start, to be honest.
Oh. I started.
I think
seven.
Cyclops
I
died,
think
bro.
I think it went downhill as soon as we they got ults, bro.
Yo, this
There's no
guy's
actually knowing that this worked.
this guy's crazy.
Guys, can we not have this happen to us?
I need someone to heal me, bro.
Go to my beacon, bro. Oh, I mean, okay. Never
This
mind.
game's fucking over.
Yeah. Damn.
Okay.
Damn. Is this a Cyclops gap? I don't know what's happening, bro.
It might be. It
Don't give them another inch.
He's their worst
didn't
player.
start that bad. I was actually playing a lot better before.
I think this game was over when you saw their Cyclops fly in the air and you're like, oh, that's how you fly. I think that's when like
Maybe.
there might have been some signs that it was over.
How are they still? How are they standing so well? We killed like 3 of them, no?
No, none of us got the
Raccoon
objectives.
revive probably.
Yeah, maybe it's when I started trying to play
Dinos-
with his refractions too much.
Oh yeah, you're not the physics guy here, bro.
Not even refraction, it's reflection.
Yeah, so I think that tells you everything you need to
That's a
know.
lot, actually.
Nice.
We gotta like push through this all.
I'm dead, bro.
Good testing.
I don't know what to tell you other than that I'm dead, but I'm dead.
Oh, that's theirs. That's not ours.
That is not ours, bro.
Ah.
Ours was blown up by a Cyclops.
Get on point. No.
What can you do?
That was a bad game.
Yo, chill, bro. What the fuck?
Yo, 9 and 8 is crazy.
How
did they only have 2 assists?
Yo, Surfell's walls do healing, don't they?
How does this? No, not Surf. I'm talking about our White Fox, bro. I'm talking about our support character that has 2 assists.
That's for few though, no?
Yeah.
How's that even possible?
Holy shit, fucking CC's Smurf account.
It's even possible, bro. Okay, so Sabo, what you want to do is you want to click on the top right. You see the little profile icon thing. Then click on customize.
Okay.
And then you go to which one is it?
Frame? No, it's title. It's nameplate.
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 Yes. There you go.
Do I have any cool ones, bro? Holy shit, everything's fucking locked.
Then you can just check mark the own button at the top of the search thing.
Holy shit. I have nothing. Or whatever. You got a Captain America.
Alright.
But we just pay for this shit?
I mean sometimes they're like just unlocked by like random shit.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I really
and
claimed anything in this game.
events and all that, you know?
Oh fuck, I messed up, bro.
Alright. You ready?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Before I done.
I see you standing. Okay.
Do I look good today? Yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Get off fucking Cyclops. Oh, fuck.
Justin just keeps robbing you, bro.
Bro.
You gotta be quick on the trigger finger, man.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie.
Should we first time Blade chat?
Stands in my way. They won't be standing much longer.
Interesting situation we are in.
Yeah, let me not type that actually, that might get banned.
You picked the wrong day to drag me into this.
Alright, let me play this character for the first time since getting the achievements.
Get ready.
We have support pool. Can't be good.
Oh shit, they got Doodle Bob on their team?
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer.
Come on then, if you think you're hard enough.
Made me want to save you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Alright guys,
2,
let's get this shit.
Let's get down to biz. What
Oh,
the
they're doing a whole lot,
They're
bro.
It's like state. Great portal, bro. Thanks for thanks.
Thanks for the love, love.
Damn.
Oh, that Penny Hitler. Nice.
Rhino right here.
Adel Parker.
I died for no reason. Nice. Arno Panda's gonna get permaban after this game. They both Venom? Why do I have so much health now?
They might have. I don't know when the last time you played this game was.
Got one.
That's just gone.
I can get heals.
I like looking at.
Oh.
Holy fuck!
Yeah,
Psycho.
all the-
that's tough,
all the
bro.
3 DPS. Guy getting no heals, fam.
And we got Mantis and Deadpool, bro, as our supports.
Yeah,
No, but,
we had no health there. That was actually nuts.
All 3 of us were just hiding in the corner, bro.
Yes, we had no. Yeah, I know.
We have 1 kill on the team. That's fucking lit.
I didn't expect anything better from us, to be honest. Yo, surely we can kill this strange, right?
Focus range, bro. Yes.
Alright, keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. We gotta get this nest out of here, bro.
Nest is gone.
Alright, I'm getting this raccoon beacon out of here. It's out of here.
Okay.
Alright, go with that, go with that. Get the Loki totems out of here. Alright. That didn't hit anybody. I'm cooked.
That hit me.
Cat, I'm cooked.
You gone?
No. Guys, come on.
We almost had it there.
I'm solo
That's
pointing.
on motion.
No, we got 2 minutes, don't worry. Anything is possible.
Yeah,
I need people to distract, bro.
Doing my
I'll clear
best,
them out.
Doing my
Don't let me
best,
die.
bro.
People are weak.
Any gone?
Nice.
Yes!
Let's go,
Yeah.
Rafiki. Big move, big move.
That was.
Good ult. Holy fucking Cyclops.
Yeah.
Let's go, Kakazu.
We're like we have like the same score.
Still a gap, bro.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
That was the worst
Brother.
dive
Massive
I've ever
gap.
done in my life. Holy shit.
Someone's near us. I can hear him.
Strange is diving, bro. You might be retarded, bro.
The moon gives me strength.
Can you use a New Night gameplay real quick?
Oh, he got me. Damn.
Finally, man. Holy shit, that guy's annoying.
Oh hell no.
Don't let. I mean,
got
let
one.
them have it. They just double ulted.
Yeah, they're weak.
We have a Moon Knight?
Yeah.
Just for the ult.
Since when?
Well, not anymore.
Bro, how am I supposed to? She has the team up, bro. It's not fair. You know what?
Oh, that's a good ult.
If you need the team up,
Oh.
No. I don't want the team up.
what did Tony Stark say about the suit, bro?
Yeah, I just switched to Tony Stark, bro.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm fucking dead. It's fucking lit.
How does he keep getting this, bro? Holy fuck.
It's the low key, brother.
Oh.
Strange is weak.
No, he's not.
He has a healing team.
I think I need to play more characters, bro.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Damn.
That's crazy. That's crazy, my aim. Holy fuck, how's it even possible? Yeah, nobody saw any of that.
Luckiest stun of this bitch ass guy's life.
Oh my fucking gosh.
Oh,
Yo,
no.
why is Strange dive working, bro?
Bro, let's just focus
yeah.
Strange when he gets close to us,
We
man.
have one fucking tank. That's
He's
why.
getting healed a lot. That's
We
the
have no anti
problem.
dive.
Alright, we're all together. Let's do this.
Bro, I'm just yeah. The Mantis and Deadpool is tough.
No, 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 no.
No, no, no. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Alright,
Oh, shit.
everyone just ult at the same time. They can't handle it.
Okay.
They definitely can.
Now watch. Everyone ready?
Avengers. Yeah,
Damn.
Huh.
that was the luckiest kill these guys.
Okay, I thought that was ours. I can't lie. We don't even have a Scarlet.
Iron Man.
All right.
Long story short, it's over.
Nah.
It's never over.
Third character came out, bro.
You're only on your third, bro. I'm on my like sixth. Oops. Didn't mean to press that button.
Oh. What is the strange back here, bro?
There's dive strange, bro. Oh, he's getting so many heals, bro. Can't even do anything. Oh, he running, he
That's
running,
the
he
problem,
running, he running, he running.
There's no way.
Oh no. It's spider time.
Yeah, fucked it. Fucked it. They fucked it.
No, did they?
didn't fuck it,
Did
bro.
they fuck it? This is a different strategy, bro.
Yo, did you
Oh.
portal? Tell me your portal.
I didn't portal yet.
Why'd you portal, bro?
Bro, they're in our spawn, bro.
Fam, we got a portal.
Bro, they're in our spawn. I'm going. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can.
Holy shit, that was the greatest E of my fucking life.
Nah. It ain't raps till it's raps.
They portaled on our portal, bro.
Don't worry.
Go the other way. Go the other way.
Better.
I'm going crazy, son.
We're better. Badman, get in my line of sight.
I'm on the cart. I'm on the cart. I'm trying to break the freaking nest.
Get fucking Cyclops, bro.
Nest is gone.
Nest is gone.
Cyclops is dead.
Strange is gone.
Penny's up there, bro.
Stay on point, bro. Stay on point.
We just need the checkpoint. We just need the checkpoint.
Oh,
Everything
holy
is
fuck, bro. They don't have a. They didn't even have a portal, bro. They bricked
It was
it.
tactical portal.
Yeah, they
Tactical
could have
portal.
used a portal now. They could have used a portal now, but
No, they used it earlier.
No.
she's too deep. That's not gonna do anything at any of us.
Penny Nest is gone.
That's good.
No.
Damn, that's tough. That was tough.
I'm still on point.
Fuck. No.
Yeah.
That ult.
No.
Stay on point, bro.
I'm
Stay
about
alive.
to die.
Damn.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That's tough, bro.
Was their Cyclops amped by their rocket ult? Or is that our rocket ult?
That was their rocket all.
Damn, so that's another thing too.
I got like 5 or like 4 of them with the strange ult, but they had the rocket all and they fucking all lived, bro.
Yeah, but now the rocket ult was also amping the Cyclops significantly. So I thought we were doing enough healing, but whatever, it is what it is.
Not enough, bro.
Deadpool's a jihadist.
Deadpool, yeah, fuck this Deadpool, bro. Why is it always a Deadpool? They got Mickey Rooney on their team, bro. What?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, come on, you had plenty of time there.
I'm not even loaded in, bro.
Yeah.
So how does double dinosaur work, bro?
So basically you have a shield. You have a bite that inflicts bleed. You have a beam that inflicts bleed, and if you jump and attack someone that has bleed on them, you can pick them up. And then yeah, you can jump pretty far if you hold it and look up in the sky. You can use your melee attack and your primary attack at the same time. They're different. One's behind you, one's in front of you.
Before you attack, get ready.
Oh, I see.
And then if you bite
You get
someone
the
with
different icon.
if you bite someone with bleed, what? Oh, it's the Lord icon.
Oh, you no life the game? Alright.
Yeah, if you bite someone with bleed, you get like health back.
Yeah, interesting.
And yeah, that's about it. And then your ult is like
As in bite as in primary attack or bite as in like the R1?
primary. Your R1 doesn't inflict bleed, but it does give you your health back if they're bleeded.
Wow. I thought I had more health.
We don't have a healer.
We don't have healers, bro.
We don't have a healer. Okay.
I mean, the guy said he's willing to heal.
I'll go healers. One healer. That's all we need. Rocket against the world. Rocket against the world.
Yeah, that's not good that way.
No, trust me, bro. Damn, you swapped the support pool. What a pussy. He didn't believe.
We can't even CC this guy, can you? That dinosaur?
No. Can't move him.
I keep gonna hook him. I'm like, what if it's not working? They're over?
Wolverine's weak? Oh, man.
Did you just save them? Oh shit. Oh shit.
A little bit.
Dino dead?
Again. Tough.
We just got more firepower, bro. They can't handle this.
Last time we said that we fucking got embarrassed.
Yeah.
Let's get
No,
rid
the
of them now.
firepower game. The firepower game was the one we won, didn't we?
Yeah, we won that one.
Bro, I feel like we went away from the formula.
Which the formula 4 DPS?
Bro, just
It worked, bro. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Just outshoot them, bro.
Almost there. Don't turn
Wait, can Wolverine even like scoop up the dinosaur then?
Nah, bro.
Wow, he's worse than fucking.
I mean, you can still do
Captain
damage,
America at this
but
point.
you can't scoop them.
vehicle reach the checkpoint.
Yeah, they kind of hold him with that one.
Can't handle us, bro.
Wait, every ult?
I don't know what we're doing
Oh,
differently,
shit.
but
Bro, it's
Yeah.
4 DPS, man. Like,
I'm bringing this shit to fucking range, bro. Holy shit, bro.
what's the point of tanks, bro? Thanks to
that
these
type
fat people
damage.
that get in the way, man.
Thanks to some fat ass
Yeah.
motherfuckers that get in the way, bro.
Yeah, tank lives don't matter, bro. Holy fucking Humboldt, bro. That's
more.
graceful ult.
More?
I'm gonna lie, I low-key did that just to flex. I didn't have to all.
Did we all ult? Did you
Yeah.
just use
No,
four?
Oh, no.
we still
No,
got
no,
two.
no.
We
We
still
got
got
two more.
two.
Oh, that's one more.
Bro. There's the other one.
That's another one.
Fuck, I fucked the reset.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I'm cooked.
Where you going? Where you going, Deadpool? Waste man?
Bro, I just saw you running for like 5 seconds straight.
Yeah, but now because they all ulted.
Fuck off, Thor.
They just switched to like all their lords.
I mean, that's
Look at
just
this
to my
movie about
lords,
it.
so I will lie.
They don't know on my special account. They don't know.
They don't know.
They know, they know, they know.
The voices. You're speaking to me.
What are they saying?
Oh shit. They found me. They found me. They found me. They found me. Oh fuck.
That doesn't sound good.
I thought I could have juked him, bro.
How did fucking Hella live that, bro? It's worked out with the century, bro. No flame.
I solo ulted. I solo ulted their healers.
I'm not even close, bro.
Damn.
I'm playing diving Hella.
Fucking bitch is weak. Group.
Or DPS with no ult might be bad.
Ah, healers are here now. Got lucky. Yeah, I understand it now, bitch.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Surf up! Oh.
He thought he was him.
Guys, come on. 10 and 2. 13 and 4. 15 and 5. You gotta be doing better.
Bro, come on,
don't
do
got one.
How was that? How was that?
We gotta get better at finishing these guys.
You gotta get better at just fucking lost,
bro.
bro.
We have 5 DPS, bro.
Pause, bro. It's crazy.
What the fuck? What
Pause,
the
bro.
fuck?
That was the craziest I ever heard, bro.
Can you surrender a quick play?
No. Why should they surrender? They should, right?
Yeah, they should. Yeah. How the fuck did we just get a checkpoint?
Because I pushed them back as rocket, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Like diving rocket, bro.
Oh fuck.
Oh boy.
Everybody gangsta until the rocket ult is up, bro.
Or is that bull that's fucking ult?
Oh hell no.
She kind of like bricked that, to be honest.
Bro, I'm running for my fucking life. Talking about you. Oh, Sabo.
We have one healer, never mind, it's over. Can't. I was already overextended.
No, it's not over. It's not over.
After that Hella ult.
This is what I needed. This is what I needed, bro.
Cyclops
I
is
needed to be
fucking-
the only healer, so I needed to lock in, bro.
Go.
No, 5 DPS is the answer, bro.
More firepower.
More firepower, bro.
She was looking a
Hey,
little
you know what
grim
we
until
do?
we got more firepower.
We do the forbidden tech 6 DPS, bro. That's what we need to do.
Like, I don't know what was going across this guy's mind when he's like, yeah, after I switched to support, let me switch back to DPS now, actually. I don't understand the thought process.
We were stalling for a little bit, but now...
No, you fucker.
There's a couple of them over there.
Stupid fuck.
Did you get him? Oh, you got him. Wanna play some ranked?
Parade
Dude.
music.
This is harder than ranked right now, I can't lie. This is fucked.
Oh, I bricked that. I should have fucking got that guy or whatever.
Bro, get the cloak and dagger one shot, my nigga.
Bishop Wolverine.
No.
Doing this. We don't need Portaman yet.
Bro, kill anybody. Kill anybody challenge. Oh, my ult's gone. Never mind.
Push back a little bit.
Hey. Right at the finish line, bro. Home stretch.
Cloak and dagger's dead.
I am
Goon's
Goon.
dead.
This guy nutted, bro. I am Goon.
Who's
Deadpool,
holding
I
this?
think. Deadpool.
Deadpool.
He's off point because he's special needs.
We win.
I was flying in. I was flying in. I was
yeah.
flying in. I was flying in.
That was weak.
Who's on this point right now, bro? What the fuck?
I have ult in like 2 seconds.
What the fuck is happening, bro?
Holy fuck, how am I getting these kills? Like, damn it, bro. I'm stealing every last hit.
There's gotta be no one else.
Bro, you know what's crazy? I put that beacon up so long ago and it's still there, just right next to the fucking spawn. Their spawn.
I have
Jesus.
sight
30
right
bodies.
5 DPS. They had 3
Bro.
supports.
Yo, plug your shit, yo, Minute, plug your shit, bro.
Got you, bro.
Bro. I see why Charles Xavier chose this guy to lead the X-Men, yo.
Oh fuck.
You got them all killed.
I spelled that wrong. Wave. W Rocket gameplay, by the way. Oh, Rocket gameplay, by the way.
He's hugging this report, bro. He's hugging this report.
I got more final hits than he did, didn't I? What the fuck?
Jeez.
Yo, UHC Vigilante? UHC Vigilante?
Might be my go.
Luigi Mangione?
Isn't he pleading insanity? I saw that shit earlier today.
He's pleading insanity.
Yeah. Dude, fuck off Cyclops, man.
Oh no, I like him now. I went 35-1.
Bro, that was a bot game. That was a bot game, bro.
Bro, no, they switched to their lords, man. They were tryhardings at the end.
Nah,
I don't know how it just worked because we threw them off, you know. But after we really
I think I played with Young Black Kid
finishing all those
before. I
guys,
can't lie.
You play with young black kids? What does that mean?
No, there's a guy on their team named Young Black Kid.
What that mean?
I think I played competitive against him one time.
One time I randomly lobbied with Q.
My name is Buck.
It was crazy.
Stay strong.
What are my basic combo? Fucking over.
Wait till I start training my aim.
No, who switched, bro? Oh.
It's okay. It's okay.
Russian
It's okay.
Spider-Man,
It's
bro. This is gonna be
okay.
a
I'm
good
playing
thing. This is
DPS
gonna
White
be a
Fox.
really
It's
good
good. It's okay.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
I've never been this flank.
Burnt pita bread.
them from securing the
You have a Venom?
Venom.
You have a Venom, a Cyclops,
Yeah,
a Loki, a Rocket, a Magic.
This guy eat a full HP, bro. This is what we're playing against, bro.
After that last game, bro. These are the people they think we're matched up against.
Thanks for the heal.
Okay.
Why are we playing at the fucking spawn, bro? Did we like fucking move up? Like,
There was a Venom back there. Venom.
Yeah, we had to.
I mean, we didn't all have to be honest. But, you know. For the jokes.
A lot of them are weak.
holy fuck.
Finish them, bro. Finish the men
I'm
off.
trying.
There's a Venom behind me, bro.
Man, I got close to finishing all 4 of those guys off.
Then what happened, bro?
Why do you keep edging these
I
guys,
finished
bro?
3.
You had him on the
I
edge,
finished 3 of
yeah.
them. I did. I felt nice.
I think we're overextended. They might fucking dive over.
Bro, what do you want? You told us to push up. Now you tell us to come back. Like,
Okay, the whole game. Do you want to do the same thing? All right, bro. Fucking go to this base, bro.
Yo, what are
Fuck
you
it.
aiming? What are you
That's a
aiming at,
call-out.
bro?
That's a call out, bro. That's a call out.
yeah, so was Captain.
Captain America?
You can do this all day. Is that a
Oh
rocket?
god, I got a crazy spot.
You're dead. You're dead. You're gonna die, bro.
If you could not die, that'd be fantastic. Oh, I'm dead.
I didn't think anyone was gonna get me from there.
Bro, any heals?
You got Invis.
I'm dead, bro.
Never mind.
Kakuzu wasn't jerking off in the corner, bro. Cuck, bro.
Kakuzu.
Good show.
Oh shit, this guy was live? Thank you for the heals, man. Yo, Ballas, what's up, bro?
I'm getting fucking banned, bro.
Yo, it's our teammate from last game, bro. Chill.
Doesn't matter, bro. No free clout.
No free clout. That's crazy.
Yo, tell him join the squad next round. We won with him, alive.
Oh, fuck.
No!
Oh, fuck. Holy fuck, how did I live?
That
Our rocket?
How's that
We don't have a
again?
rocket, bro.
We have Deadpool in the back.
I'm trying. I'm
in your
trying.
area?
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm super dead.
I can do this all day, bro. I can do this all fucking day. I'm on the point for fun.
Thoughts Wrath?
What do you say?
Thoughts Wrath?
Oh, trap. That's
Can
not
I get
what-
some can I get some bitch ass heals?
Sorry, I was dead.
What about UHC from Minecraft, bro? What's his excuse?
Ultra hardcore vigilante, bro.
Yeah, bro, we're not playing Hungry Games with this guy, bro.
You guys moving
Oh
like
man,
anime
this
than
is, not,
UHC,
this
bro.
isn't good.
What part's not good? The
Bro,
part that they
What?
had.
How are they pushing up so comfortable?
Our invis might
Yeah,
actually
feels
be
good.
like aborted, bro.
Okay. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess.
Bro, I already went to terrorist, bro.
Bro,
There's only one more terrorist I know I can switch to.
Justin's our ace, bro. That's how you know we're cooked, bro.
Yeah, that's a bad game.
Jetting on Cyclops, especially.
Yeah. Anybody but you, bro. Bro, can you guys not die over there, please?
Crying.
Bro, can I get some heals?
Bro, I'm right in front of you. I'm trying to heal the
It's been
two.
solo
I'm trying to heal
Cyclops,
Dumb
man.
and
This
Dumber
guy can't be
behind
a
you,
human
bro.
being.
Oh my god.
We're gonna lose to this.
Jesus Christ, man. No, bro.
This is real firepower. This is real firepower.
Fuck.
This is great. Yeah.
So basically what we need to do is we need to break the squids and then kill magic and kill Namor and then also not die from the diving
Yeah,
venom.
yeah.
And
This
the
one just might be
and-
rafts, bro. We have a 2 and 3 side.
No.
I'm still the
We're
ace.
not. It's not right. It's not. It's not over till it's over, bro. I switched to the biggest terrorist I
singing,
know.
man. Fuck, finally singing.
Oh fuck, bro.
Okay, I won't.
Use it, bro. I'm healing you.
Okay, I mean, dude, it's not enough healing though.
Oh, bro, go in there, bro. This guy's a pussy, bro.
Yeah, Jonathan, you should have just used your ult, bro.
Justin, you should just fucking went in there,
I don't
bro.
have my ult. I just got my ult.
You should have went
You
in
said you
there,
had your
bro.
ult. Oh my gosh, bro, I can't do anything.
Oh,
This is really gonna be my last game?
You tell me, bro. Deport our Spider-Man. We have a Spider-Man. Oh my god.
That's yeah. I mean, that's the reason we lost, to be honest.
You know it's
He
bad
fucked
when
us.
like
He was
the
actually-
healers got like more damage than the DPS. I mean not the DPS, but like so 1 DPS, bro. And the tank. Oh, never mind. That was the invis.
Oh, go one more.
It can't be like that, you know.
You get Lord. You need like how much proficiency do you need?
Level 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like level 17 on this dog shit ass character.
Who's Steve?
Steve Rogers.
Don't use my government name, bro. Don't use my government.
Not the Govy.
You don't hear me call you Scott Summers, do you?
I mean, you could.
Pick your hero.
Yeah, you're not him,
Call
buddy.
him James
You're not him,
Marsden.
buddy.
You are not him.
You will never be him.
Not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Mama.
What's Gambit's actual
chasing
name?
a ghost. Remy.
Remy LeBeau?
Yeah, Remy LeBeau.
Yeah, Remy
LeBeau.
Bro, this guy's a fake Gambit, bro. You don't know your character's real name, bro?
Someone never played Marvel vs. Capcom, alright? That's all I'm hearing.
Bro, listen, man. I'm the king of thieves.
You're the king of LARPing.
You're a bitch.
I'm the king of LARP.
No, I'm Dirty Dan.
The only one that LARPs better than me is me, bro.
Only cowards see shit.
You got Bunny
No, there's
Jr.
no way we have it. No, I'm not
They got
healing. We
Mocha
finally get a
Jr..
fucking Yeah, someone else can heal, bro.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay.
Finally get a Doctor Strange. Of course,
The doc is in the building.
I
What do kinetic claws even do?
Doctor Strange. I mean, doesn't it tell you what they do, bro?
It just says like it just does it, bro. It just says it gives you kinetic claws.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you for telling the squad.
All you need to do is capture the mission
The
area.
portal?
Got it?
Don't sound disappointed, then. Oh, thank God.
I wish he was. Only real emo portal offer it.
Shit's fake, clearly.
Oh shit. I'm already at like half health.
Yo, do not die, bro.
Alright, I had to back out a little bit, but now I'm here.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Why did we stop capping the point, guys?
We're
Greed.
thirsty,
Agreed.
bro.
Greed.
Agreed.
Holy fuck, that speed up was nuts. Ultra.
Yo, you're deep. You lost the drone. You trying to out firepower us, bro?
Hell nah. I'll firepower us. Bro, heals.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I didn't burn my passive, it's good.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
My
What is this? Where is the
heals don't work like
damage
this,
coming
bro.
from?
James Marsden, bro.
Fucking Zionist. Get back here.
I'm sorry, Wolverine. You're too
Yeah, I
far.
gotta dive for...
You're too far away for the drone.
I can't play Wolverine.
Oh shit,
Dead.
I'm dead. I sacrificed my life to kill Bucky and his ult.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
okay.
No, they switched to a penny for me, bro.
Yeah,
Damn, they
this is
got
how-
a super lord Emma Frost on their team, bro.
Yeah, they're thirsty, bro. Just to
Doing
deal
too
with,
much.
They want it.
just to deal with the Scarlet Witch. Yo,
I
yo,
almost got the
why you
bomb.
guys letting them
That was
capture it?
Brother.
Fun.
Oh my god, that guy was one shot, bro.
Hey, that retard.
Where's my
We
Wolverine?
got 5 ults.
Where's my Wolverine?
Switched off for his ass.
Oh, what the fuck?
Not playing Wolverine against Penny, bro, I'm sorry.
I was just trying to put a drone on you. I'm like, where the fuck did you go, bro?
We won't be alright.
Ness is gone. Push up.
Is that our Cyclops?
Remy's dead.
That was our
That
Cyclops.
was ours, yeah.
Ah, fuck.
That's tough.
No,
No,
Emma.
got me out there.
Yeah,
Nah, I'm tired. I hate when that shit happens.
that's so tough, bro. I don't know what you expected, to be honest, but it happens.
No, not like this. Fuck's sake.
What the fuck is Cyclops, bro?
I just
Really
got
is.
killed by the.
Bro.
Alright, Punisher, yo. You gotta figure some things out, bro. Next time we ask
Okay, bro.
some questions.
Okay, bro. Watch the ult, bro.
What's the
I'm
stress?
watching.
Yeah, play off this dive, though. Strange.
I just got fucked by a bomb.
Fucked by a bond? What?
By a bomb. I just walked over a bomb and I died. Craziness.
I can't help you, bro.
It's over.
That was insane. I was not available for this fight for that.
Oh,
I mean, I
buddy.
just saw what
I don't know
our
if it would've made a
fucking Doctor
difference,
Strange
though.
just did.
Somebody
so
break the fucking nest for the.
I think it's over.
It's not over, bro. That was one round.
Everyone's stuck on the rock, bro. Everyone's stuck on the rock.
Alright, everybody stop
Everyone's stuck on
throwing.
the rock.
Okay, guys, that was
Still kept it close.
it was funny, but we can stop throwing now. We can stop throwing now.
Okay, we're doing it for content, right?
We guard the galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
No.
Before you attack.
What?
Ready?
Team up's gone. Once this ult's done, I'm gonna switch.
3 DPS.
You know what we need, bro?
A 4th DPS.
More firepower.
We We need more firepower. We only win when we have firepower.
Why do we
gang.
keep stopping this? Why do we stop?
We only win when we got firepower.
None of this
gang.
2-2-2 bullshit, bro.
It is bullshit.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Right, Savogen, I want to see like 35 and like
This looks
1.
like a cake for the
Well, you like reverse the
Already,
amount of
already fucking
kills
math
you
how
have.
it'd be possible, but okay.
Anything's possible if you try.
Yeah,
Anything is
break the
possible
game,
in
man.
domination.
This is a nice spot.
Alright, 35 and 4.
Oh, they broke my beacon.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
No way it happened again.
Bro. I don't even know what to tell
That's
you, bro.
soft.
That's right. Everything is mine.
Okay, that's fucking
Ah.
cringe.
Bro, where the fuck?
they actually
Oh
cooked
my
everybody.
god.
How did we lose?
How the hell fucking
used,
hooked
like-
me, bro?
So
Well-
we separated and then they used 2 ults and then they got us.
Yeah, they also have a super lord Magneto with a Gambit team up on his ass. So, you know.
Oh, we have 1 tank now?
Yeah, that's the problem. We still have a
And it's a
tank.
rogue.
Should have
yeah.
4 DPS. You definitely should have 4 DPS.
More firepower, bro.
Need more firepower.
Yo, they're fucking Penny Parker is a problem. I've died twice to bombs. Just randomly, like from a distance.
Yeah, if you could not do that, that'd be great.
I mean, they're invisible. It's not like you just walk over them and it happens, right?
He's diving.
Okay.
You got Hitler ult?
Ness is almost gone. Ness is gone. Somebody help me,
I need more help.
please.
Such bullshit.
Somebody help me, please.
We need to group, we need to group.
I'm fighting every demon in the world right now, bro. Oh my god. Raph, bro, help me, bro. This guy's dead. This guy's dead. Just standing there, bro. This guy's genuinely just standing there.
Okay, we're together now.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Get some heals?
Okay.
Oh my gosh! Okay, my fuck this ult, bro.
Oh, I got solo ulted. But it is what it is.
Okay, we lost, I think. As a contest.
This is crazy.
Hello?
Wait.
No, kill Cyclops, kill Cyclops, kill Cyclops.
Get on point, someone get on point. Please tell me someone's on point. Oh, I'm done, bro. Those 2 losses hurt.
That's rough. That's a rough one.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That is most definitely a rough one. What are they talking about?
Alright. GG's, boys. Enjoy the rest of your nights.
Later.
Later.
I got maybe like 1 more than me.
Thank God he's gone.
Alright.
Just joking. Only
We're
just,
still gonna lose.
This is the
only
one.
joking.
This is the one.
Only
This is the one.
joking.
This is the one.
Let me be the one.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Spider-Man can't handle all that.
Yo, we got
Damn.
Swift. He was the enemy Cyclops before. We got like half our old team, like enemies. Damn.
Damn, but winner's queue?
Must be.
I'm not a
Korean people? Don't answer that question.
Hmm?
I didn't say anything, bro.
Not live on Twitch.
Oh, shit. We maintain our affiliate status.
Fight this crime until I fall.
We just got it, bro. We can't lose yet.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You can't hug that band, bro. Not yet. Not yet.
We don't have Ludwig's number yet. We can't.
Can you farm ads yet?
Yeah, I can farm
What we're
ads,
doing?
bro. I can farm ads.
Okay. We view botting.
I can up the count if I need to, bro.
You don't like watching ads, bro? You can just drop a Twitch Prime.
The battle starts in 5.
What's my team doing, bro? Why are you just fucking hugging a point, bro? Oh my god, it's fucking over.
1. You have to stop that.
Sorry, I was tapped out. To me, my X-Men, yo, he said the thing. He said the thing. No way.
I didn't hear it, bro. Fuck, I was too far away. I was too far away.
Yo, said him as killer kills, bro.
It's tough.
Now I'm getting mad.
What do you think he does? Don't worry, guys. Okay, worry, guys. Worry, please worry.
So this guy was dropping 25 kills against us, but now he's fucking not having missing every shot. All right, bro.
He's getting.
Alright.
There's always a bigger fish, bro, and Lil Prez, I guess, is the bigger fish, bro.
Yo, we're actually getting raped so fucking hard. Oh man.
Oh man. Rogue dead.
Oh my god, that bitch was weak.
Emma chasing me, bro. Emma's still half. Fuck. Okay.
The moon gives me strength.
You know what? At least I'm getting Lord points on Iron Man.
I don't like your attitude.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this guy ate the Cyclops all 4. My all 4 Cyclops.
Yeah, maybe Cyclops is. I mean, Iron Man is not the wave.
Nah, not against these guys,
God.
bro.
Yeah, they got aim and shit and range. Shit.
Fucking Swift is the most system player I've ever seen, bro.
So many people. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Motherfuckers get one shot and they get healed. Crazy.
No.
I'm gonna ult and I'll switch.
I died. Fuck. I almost had my ult too. Hold it down, bro. Please, I have my ult. Please.
I need to get healed. I can do anything.
Okay. Is it a gambit gap?
Yeah, I only got 1 kill. They don't even have a gambit.
Yeah, it's still a gap. It's still a gap, bro. Whatever he's doing is clearly getting outdone, bro.
Yeah, these guys came into our lobby to just be ass. Alright,
Just do some straight bullshit, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Actually, no, that's not gonna work. Yeah, we lost this, yeah. Okay. I wish we could surrender to quick play.
When I said it. No, when I said it. I have more kills than this fucking Sky Swift, man. Get the fuck off Cyclops.
Oh my god, bro. Bro, how is it possible that a team can be this bad?
People want to be led, I want to be in charge. Win-win.
Look my fucking
Who the
rank
fuck
games,
are these
bro.
3 people on support, bro?
We have 3 supports?
No, I said who are these 3 people and who are these people on support, bro?
Nice slow, bro.
This is such a fucking gap of Cyclops. 19-1 to 2-3.
We were getting this guy before the game started.
Oh my god.
Because he was good when he was our enemy. I don't know what happened to this guy.
He's carried by his teammates, bro.
Yeah, bro. System Cyclops for sure, bro.
Yeah, what's he doing all the way back there?
He's cowering in fear, bro.
Speaking of cowering.
Get the fuck off me.
Oh my god, bro. What the fuck did I just hit? Bro, you bit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You read.
So overdue.
Oh,
It's never been
this
more
fucking.
over.
This guy had 25-1, and now he's 3-5, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's tough. Hey, I mean, I went from 35-1 to 4-4 the next game.
Cyclops is a system player. System character.
Fuck that guy.
Swift, what happened, bro? Taylor? Who the fuck is Taylor?
No, not Taylor Swift.
Oh, Taylor Swift.
Alright, there.
Just-
one more in me.
You can't go out like that. You can't go out.
Yeah, we can't, bro. We've been on a detrimental losing streak, bro.
I know what we need.
What do we need? I think I know exactly who we're talking about.
I think you know.
I think it's time to get a little bit mischievous, isn't it?
Pick your hero.
Oh, get out of here. Oh, yo, it's this guy.
It's
It's this guy.
No, fuck. Not this guy, dude. Oh, fuck, man.
Okay, yo, should we just leave the game?
Who's ready to go hunting?
Fuck, the world is giving him a second chance.
Redemption.
Step aside,
One tank.
idiots. I'll do this myself.
Yeah, I think this guy turn his console off.
I think he's turning his TV on. I think he turned the screen back on. Maybe. They got Squilly Willy. They got Mr. Spider. They got Dinosaurus. Got Carter Slade. Got Val Sace. Saucy.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Should I be bro in less than a week? Bro? Yo, B and P are not even close anywhere on the keyboard, bro. What the fuck? How did he do that, bro?
I never play fucking Star-Lord. What's going on, man? This is not good.
Like Star-Lord, bro? It's like that?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just pressing buttons.
Yeah, honestly, Sam. My Elsa gameplay is literally just pressing buttons.
Slow?
If I could aim, this would be crazy. I'd be so good at this game. Holy fuck, man.
I know those ones.
Is Spider-Man retarded? Why is he fighting a tank?
Yeah, it's not the movies, bro. You don't have to do it all by yourself, man.
We do this all day. Wait. Wrong character.
Whoopsie doopsie. I went the wrong way.
Whoever took me out, you just made my list.
The
shit, my ears
yeah.
Yo, chill, they're winning, bro.
How is the ace worthy performance? Can someone explain that to me?
All right, I've had enough.
You've had enough?
Tired of losing. Oh my god, this guy clearly failed fucking trigonometry, bro. What are those angles?
Ooh, they got a squirrel girl that's annoying.
Holy fuck, my ult hit no one.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I died.
Man, I don't know how I lived. I mean, I'm at fucking 4 health.
Whoever took me out, you
No
just
heals.
made my list.
Yeah, we're on triple support.
Your turn to disappear.
Okay, we go. Let's see if we can get some motion.
I'm almost there,
We
guys.
have 4 DPS and one of them has no kills.
Just chill, man.
Okay, hey, we burned their Groot ult at least.
Well,
Cyclops is 1 HP, how's this legal? Alright, Cyclops has the fucking second.
alright. Let me play a real character now, guys. Now that my Deadpool swapped off, I don't even have a fucking team up anymore. There's no reason for me to be playing this character.
I'm gonna make sure to avoid this motherfucker after this game.
Be sure to fucking
This
report
thing's
this
blocked
guy.
already, bro. Reported for botting. He has no hands.
If it were within my power.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alright.
Avoid swift after. I'm hyper lagging its raps.
Unleash from your
Yo, is that
Nice,
Surf? Is that
hyper-lagging.
Surfo, bro?
run out.
Oh, yeah.
Some say it's channeled
Quick
from
play.
Concussive force. Ah, the so-called punch dimension. America Chavez told me once. I've been meaning
The
to
battle starts in 5,
Yeah,
4, 3, 2,
fuck this guy.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
Say bye bye.
Got it?
Power means nothing without discipline.
Ah, fuck. Still typo, but whatever. I got a small keyboard on my controller.
good medicine.
Yo, somebody help me for the love of God.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture.
Thank you.
Mission area is yours.
An unseen assist.
Against the wall.
We know you might be retarded.
Okay, they lost 2. We can hold this. Embarrassing.
Enemy located.
Good medicine.
I'm the only
I don't
person
like taking this angle, but I have to.
who's gonna hug on point. It's not really a diveable game.
This guy doing his trigonometry. Oh shit.
Spider-Man's over there.
Gets to back off, he's going to heal. Okay, I gotta poke him off for a little bit. It's fine. The guy's ulted air?
He got 1 person, but he's really weak.
He's 1 HP. Can, where's my Swift? Oh, he's dead as always, bro.
Mission area. Keep going.
When it's time to the last 10 kills, he's there, bro. Oh, fuck, he's fucking
Yeah.
perfect out.
Beyond sight.
These are theirs. I fucking solo killed that. That's
Yeah.
fucking lit.
Honestly, once we started tryharding, we kind of locked in there.
Once-
You're back up a little
once-
bit. You're out of line of sight.
Once Swift
I'm
became
going
the
back- I'm
only
going back to
DPS,
point.
he realized how illegal it was for him to play that way.
Someone had to do something, bro.
Zars, he got 0 kills. It's fucking dope.
That's not good.
This is not good.
I have my ult, but they have Gambit all on it, bro. Fuck.
To overtime.
Holy fuck. I'm at
You just survive. We just need to group up together one time and then push.
Yeah, we almost got the invis ult.
Yeah, we can dive off me. Oh shit, how am I fucking dying?
Squirrel Girl's doing a lot of damage.
No, fuck
Damn.
blue wall, bro. Nobody breaking these walls, man.
God damn.
They have a Punisher sitting in turret?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been drilling me.
Huh?
Straight drilling my shit, bro.
I mean, did I
That
stutter in there?
that.
Hook ults. Okay.
That's bad.
fire ult. Okay, I can redive. After this all waves off. They know where I am. Never mind. They're fucking hacking.
Okay, okay.
Please, please, please.
Get near my totem.
I'm sorry. I didn't even see that shit.
Punisher 1 HP.
They're so low. They're all so low, bro.
Punisher dead.
Bro's low. Nice.
Troll dead too.
Good shit.
Okay.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
They don't have
Yeah, they
time
got
to
portal.
portal.
Unless this guy Cyclops just touches the point. Wow, this guy finally fucking performed. After he got carried by both tanks. It's fucking lit.
Look at Swift,
It only
bro.
took-
I mean,
It only took him 6 deaths to lock in, but he finally... He's finally trying to achieve. Oh.
I mean, I don't even want to give him credit here. Yeah, like seriously, he's getting fucking triple.
Fucking make it backhanded and shit, bro.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How many of those mystic portals of yours can you open at once, Doctor?
I'm not sure I feel comfortable divulging that information without first understanding why, Director Hunt.
Titan Division could use
Ooh.
that to mobilize our agents on a global scale at a moment's notice.
Ooh.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Perhaps you should speak to Loki.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Tuesday in our family.
Alright. Because
All
now
right.
either he's gonna perform or he's gonna get flamed like crazy. This is all it counts, bro. This might be the worst Venom map of all time, but it's chill. This guy's diving as Punisher, bro. Like, how retarded are this team?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
An IQ too high?
They've seen too many TikToks, bro.
I just ate that shit, bro. Holy shit.
Eat up Dick Blast. Damn, their squirrel girl got cooked by their own group wall, bro. That's jokes.
This heals.
Oh, hell no.
Back off, back off. Get in my ult. Oh yeah.
How are they on sight? By the eye of
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
That was sexy. Fucking ult.
Holy fuck, bro. Keep cooking, keep cooking.
Got summers, bro. Fuck you. Not you. Anyone else on our roster? Not you.
Not you, bro. Not you, Swift.
I almost have as many kills.
Swift's not a human being, bro.
Yeah, remember when this guy was at 17 and me and Sabo were both at like 7 and 8?
He's not good. I mean, he's a fraud.
The system cycle.
He really,
fraud
he
watch,
actually
bro.
is a system cyclops.
But alas.
They have Moon Knight now. How long have they had Moon Knight?
For a bit. This is, I think, his first life out.
Did it all work out?
Also, they're 7 and 8, so you know. They're capping the point. How are they capping the point, bro? How did they cap? How are they capping the point, bro?
Ooh.
I think Moon Knight solo ulted himself on the point.
Almost back.
This guy thought he was gonna push off the map, bro. You're not him, bro. You're never gonna be him.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah, it's over.
Damn.
It's not over. It's never over. It's over. Alright, that's what's fun for dying first.
I mean, they double ulted us, bro.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
I mean, Cyclops realized that he can like propel people off the map, so that's not good. We portal it?
We can propel people off the map.
Nah.
Like which one?
But you can you can use the shift.
The
'cause it
shift.
pushes
The one,
both
that,
back.
the one that pushes you backwards can push people also.
Oh, more you know. Okay, that Moon Knight
I'm on the point.
can be a little bit of a problem.
Oh, well, okay, they double supported. Good for us.
Whatever. Just back up, honestly. Let those wait those out.
Sabo, okay, bro, chick.
Okay, it's good.
Hey, go up with that, go up with that, go up with that.
I mean,
Get on me.
Portal dead. It should be everyone now. Moon Knight ult. Just respect it a little bit. It's on point.
Who's still on point, bro? Moon
MK.
Knight.
How's this bitch still alive?
He's dead. Alright, hold out if you can, because we need to just get to fucking game 3.
This is game 3.
Okay, they're diving point, never mind.
No.
Squirgle might actually be
I thought I was
retarded.
gonna be able to kill. I thought I was gonna kill the Squirgle with that.
Fuck.
How is this legal? Yeah,
You gotta kill Moon Knight, bro. Kill Moon Knight, bro.
He's trying to push me off the map, bro. You're a fucking noob.
Alright, just stay alive.
I'm gonna die here.
Sab, get in the line of sight of heals if possible.
The half is over. The wall at the top, like, fuck me. How is this? Not a win.
That's not my
ult
fault.
now.
The mystic
Good ult now.
won't fail me again.
Fuck it.
So it's
I
not
got a
even
little
poke
bit
damage
cocky
and
there.
shit, bro. What the
I thought we would have had it, to be honest, so I went ahead. Okay. Squirrel. Okay, we're all
we have some
bundled up
progress.
here. This isn't good.
I am strengthened for battle.
Team.
Nah.
Those supports are dead.
It's over. It's over.
Fuck. Fuck.
Fuck, I might die, bro. Can't even contest, bro. I got fucking CC'd.
Fuck. AI lobby? Or switch to Moon Knight. Fuck. The fuck?
And
That was a tough loss.
Bro, you guys on Rivals?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Is somebody streaming?
Yeah.
Alright, let me tap into this.
I mean, you kind of missed the majority of the rivals' gameplay. Surfer left like 3 games ago, bro.
Oh shit.
So how many losses is that in a row? 4 losses in a row? It's tough.
it's been something.
4 in a row?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Also, we got queued with the same motherfucker 3 times, bro.
Yeah, I got
He
to
sold every single game.
guy.
Was he the weak link?
Swift, bro.
Yes.
Bro, when he was in the enemy team, he dropped 25 kills on our team. Shitty
He
to
was
bet
like, let me
nonstop.
see. He was 3 and 5. He was 3 and 5.
On the enemy team, he was 24 and 1, bro. On our team, it's fucking 3 and 5, bro.
Hey, bro, maybe y'all just a bad team.
No, he's a system
Yeah,
Cyclops
that's what
player,
it is.
bro.
Did any of y'all play Cyclops?
A little bit.
Yeah.
We all might be trying to gun for him as quick as we can.
Cyclops looks kind of lit, I can't lie.
He is.
Oh shit, the guy was live. Thanks for the heals, man. Who's that?
Yo,
That was the guy
Who's a
from
bitch?
from one of our teams, the teammate that we won the game from.
Mr.
shit.
Guggen.
After home, no free clout.
Fucking Tantry.
What's up, bro? Wait, you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
What's up? What's going on?
Yo, we're on a crazy win streak right now, man. The vibes are fucking immaculate. You gotta pull up.
Yeah, this guy's Swift, bro. It's fucking Smurf account.
Yeah. I mean, let's look at this guy's profile real quick, bro. Where's this guy Swift at?
We got queued up with the same random motherfucker 3-4 times, and he just sold on our team, but he actually raped us when we went against him. Just diabolical.
Alright, let's see. His career highest is gold 1, bro.
Yeah, he's fucking. Oh my god.
Bro's got 6.7 hours on Cyclops, bro. You talking about, yo, I'm still trying to learn him, bro. What the fuck, bro?
What was he supposed to get Lord talking about? I'm learning.
The fuck, bro? That's crazy.
This guy's like 7 times the time I have on Cyclops.
I got 4 minutes on fucking Cyclops.
Bro, I'm ready.
Alright.
Wait, what version is this thing on?
Play it on
Guys are playing
1.21.
Minecraft, bro.
1.20.
Oh, you guys are playing Minecraft? Oh, okay. I thought you guys were pulling up here.
Nah, those guys are gay, bro.
1.21.8.
So we're
Fabric.
going again? What's the vibe here?
Looks like it, yeah.
Wait, 1.21.5?
1.21.8.
That's my UHC.
1.21.8? That's not even a thing.
1.21.8? Yeah, it should be a thing.
21 point. Oh, I see it. Release 1.21.8?
Yeah.
Alright.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Okay, I'm installing that. It should be done pretty soon.
Let's go. Y'all tuned into the new stream last night?
Yeah, absolutely peak stream, bro.
I didn't.
Munir, bro, are you making me watch an ad, bro?
Yes, sir.
Twitch Prime, bro.
You're running ads now, bro.
Yeah, bro. Unless you got Amazon Prime, bro. Give me that free Twitch. Yeah, link it to your Twitch account and give me a free Prime subscription, bro. No ads for you.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Oh, that's why I
do
didn't
I
have
link that
ads
shit?
yesterday.
I'll figure it out. I don't
Money
like this
people
shit.
see that money, bro.
Yo, Guggen, what's the server?
Server IP? I got you. Let me send it to you.
Thank you, sir.
The second you join, people are probably going to try to recruit you.
What's the server called?
You guys in our cult?
Yeah, bro.
Eden MC. Hold on. Let me send you the...
Eden.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Eden.
3, 2,
Eden.
1.
His reflector beam has like a limited range. It's 15 meters.
Stop that vehicle.
Here, I sent it in general.
It's like Guggen's recruiting everybody to join the server, bro.
I gotta get my power up, bro.
And I'm down.
What's your power up?
You guys should hop on too, man. Join my nation.
Damn, they have a whole DNS set up for this shit.
A DNS, someone say DNS.
Yo, chill.
Give me your hands, bro.
They got bear shit set up for this shit, bro. There's an online bank for this shit, bro.
If you got DNS set up, bro, I know it's legit.
Yeah, there's an online casino and bank, bro.
Okay, it said welcome to Eden. What do I do now?
Oh, why does it say Cairo?
Why does it say? Oh, it says Cairo?
Yeah, I swear your Minecraft username was Cairo.
Fuck. What do I do?
It's fine. Just change. Just say your IGN is different on the chat. Don't worry.
What do I say that to? I don't even know what to do, bro. Where do I go?
Alright, go to Discord. Don't worry. If you die, don't worry. You have a one-time teleport. I'm gonna teleport you to our nation. Don't worry.
Alright, go to the Discord and tell them what.
Just go to IGN, and then just put in your real IGN.
IGN. What the fuck is IGN?
In-game name.
Game name, bro. This guy.
Initiate.
This guy is fucking stupid, bro.
This guy's LARPing gaming, bro. Like I've seen it all.
You've seen everything, huh?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Penny look balanced, bro. You seen this shit?
What's going on,
that
guys?
Cyclops is an assassin.
Why is it always a Cyclops on the enemy team?
Yeah, bro. My Cyclops though, fucking no hands.
And then just edit your application too. If you can.
But
Cyclops doesn't have alt right. I'm gonna save it. I just fucking shifted it for no reason. Cause I hooked the fucking dinosaur. Hooked my combo. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm backing the fuck up.
Okay, guys. We have 2 kills as a team and they're both on the dinosaur. What the fuck are we doing? I refuse to lose a 5th game in a row.
Cyclops and I are about to do something crazy.
We have 3 kills actually.
yo, Gogi, you wanna hop in a different channel?
Oh, we just got there.
Yeah, I'm down. Yo, go to the actual Nation Discord and join the onboarding channel.
Got an onboarding channel, bro.
This guy's like HR, bro. This guy's gonna go LARP in Minecraft, bro. Oh, how long can you hold that shit for? Holy.
Fucking 3 reset off, bro. Let's fucking let it.
Okay, squirrel girl. Oh hell no.
They didn't kill me? Something what?
Okay.
I'm gonna restrict this ult a little bit.
Shark behind us. Oh shit.
Sure. Can't hit me any. I got hit.
I dashed into that.
He died.
He just died. I was fucking
He
lit.
died from the fucking white box in the mines, I guess. I have my ult.
They're flanking?
Are they?
Okay, we're good.
Are they flanking? No, they're just tanking. And I don't mean the Vanguard.
Is this Punisher retarded?
Yes.
Might be.
Divine
It's like
Imperial?
you turned it for fun.
Divine Imperial did not do shit, bro.
When you're ready, turn back and give me a quick heal.
I guess.
You need that bad.
Am I signed theta right now? What the fuck? I am. Can you fucking seek it mind?
Not get seek in line, bro.
Fuck about reset, bro. It's really bad. That was really close, actually.
It's okay, it's okay. Ah, fuck, I got greedy.
Got a flank. Get 2 minutes on this, bro.
I too got greedy. I already do, but it cost me.
Okay, that's not good.
Rockets, launch it again.
Ow.
Damn, bleeding.
Look at this dumbass Punisher, bro. No.
We just need to get. We just have to get a bot lobby after the games we were playing.
No, these are, I think platinum? Is that average regular lobby? So let's chill. How the fuck did I kill?
God damn.
Damn, man.
Damn, he really does not like
Squirrel
Squirrel
for
Girl,
sure,
bro.
human being. Guys, come on a minute, bro. It's through. We got this, we got this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, we can contest. Oh look, how to Shark alive. Nice kill steal from me. Oh yeah, I'm a Verma. 30-36.
I'm a Verma vibes, yeah.
A shield?
Alright. And they have like Cyclops ult right now.
30 seconds. He stopped them in their tracks.
I'll patch you up. This is real firepower.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double kill.
GG's.
Too easy with these bots, bro. Don't just ignore the fucking last 4 games we played.
5 wins in a row. Let's fucking go.
5 wins in a row. Let's go.
Yo,
All it takes is one
we're
game
so
without
sick of
Swift,
this.
bro.
All it took was one game without him.
Life without Swift, man. It's feeling good.
Yeah, he was in a very strong percentage of our losses. Coincidence?
I think so. I think so.
I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something, big bro.
Yeah, he was gay.
Was?
And,
Still is.
Our ranked placements.
you know, I don't use derogatory terms like that lightly.
I do.
But yeah, I use you use them regularly though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever see that in one video that's like some Indian dude and someone's asking him, it's like, do you drink occasionally or regularly? And then he's like, I drink occasionally, but the occasion comes regularly.
That's
I
wisdom,
thought that one was
bro.
fucking jokes.
All right, fellas.
Jokes. Yeah.
So are we doing your ranked games now?
Yeah, man, I gotta do my placements.
All right, good luck, bro.
Back to bronze we go.
Yeah,
you'll make it to platinum, bro. I believe in you.
Great 5 wins in a row. I don't know how we did it.
Yeah, I mean, I know how we did it. Look at us, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
We're
We're just
playing
different.
Cyclops in this shit now. Let's go.
Later, guys.
Later. Alright, stream, we're gonna hit him with the BRB real quick. And we're also gonna hit him with a 2-minute ad, just because we can do that now, stop that.
Not look happy at all.
Don't worry about it.
Ah!
Don't worry about that.
So what rank are you on right now?
44 out of 100 on Diamond 1.
Oh.
It's okay. We're gonna get back to Grandmaster real quick. Don't worry.
I don't know about that.
Low-key wish I didn't have a job interview tomorrow so I could play more Rivals.
Aw, that's sweet. Your friends want to play with you.
Gotta get the bag though. That's all that matters. Fuck Blue Cat.
Sensei, are you gonna join us? If he's still there. Guys, I don't know if Sensei's there. Oh my god. We played 2 back-to-back games where my team was essentially shitting on me. They got mad. First game, the Spider-Man was like, "Oh, these heals are shit," and whatever. I was playing Ultron, by the way. I'm like,
"Oh,
okay, we won. We still won."
How's the aim on Ultron looking? Good.
Hey, you know what? I got as many final hits as that fucking Spider-Man that was complaining. So
Spider-Man that's complaining.
We'll leave it there.
Okay.
It might not have been much, but it was, you know, bitch was complaining as if he was better. As if his aim was better. Oh my god. The next game, they got mad that I went Squirrel Girl instead of second tank. And then when T finally switched to... Oh crap, you have to give me a sec. When T switched to second tank, they were like, thank you to T. But then by the end of it, I was the only fucking DPS that was positive. Like by a lot too. Our fucking Cyclops went... I think he was either neutral at like 13 and 13, or he was negative.
Quick play?
I don't remember which one. Yeah, of course. This is all quick play. Of course, they're complaining in quick play.
Yeah, nice.
Of course. What do you mean? Where else would they complain that I didn't go second tank instead went DPS, 3 DPS? Where else would they complain?
I mean, knowing this game, freaking arcade mode, 18v18, who knows, dude?
Oh my god, 18v18? That's crazy. If you're complaining 18v18, you need to go get help. I'm sorry. You need help at that point. Can't get you off my mind. I asked Sensei if he was going to join us, but no response.
Yeah, we don't talk about Swift, bro. Fuck that guy.
Cyclops that sell.
We had a Cyclops in our game for like 3 games in a row. And on the enemy team, he went 25-1, and on our team, he went like 3-5.
Same person?
Yeah, 3 times in a row. 3 games in a row.
I swear to God.
In quick
How many times was he on your team? Or
twice.
How many times
Both times we lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, hi Ruby. Hello. How are you? How's life? How's everything? I don't know if Sensen's joining because he's not responding. So I guess we just play without Sensen. I asked him, guys. Y'all heard me ask Sensen, are you joining? And y'all saw his no response, right? I need witnesses for when Sensen comes back and he's like, you're playing ranked without me. Okay, I need witnesses for this. I'm glad we all agreed to be witnesses for Roxy.
Everybody will be a witness.
At Sensen, where you at? Okay, here, we'll give him like a solid minute. Guys, can someone count 1 minute? I'm too lazy. Oh my god, Memo, did you see the new skins? They're coming out tomorrow or Friday? I can't remember.
No.
Oh, dude, the C&D skin looks so nice. Oh my god, it's so pretty. That's gonna be my new skin that I'm wearing. The C&D. Wait, what? Huh?
Emma Frost.
Yeah, Emma Frost is legendary. Yeah, her summer skin is legendary.
No, the Emma Frost
skin.
And the strange one, it's like a gamble.
Oh yeah, it's gotcha. It's gotcha. But listen. If you gamble on one of them, it gives you 50% off the next pull for the other one.
Why is the Emma skin
if I
pay to
pull on
lose?
Emma, and then it'll give me 50% off for Strange.
Pay to lose is
I don't know
crazy.
if it's each time or just a one time. Like if you pull on Emma one time, they'll give you 50% off on one pull in Strange one time. I don't know, but yeah. Why is the Emma skin is pay to lose? It's gotcha, you know, take a chance. 100 units for the first pull. I might pull on that Emma one. I'll probably pull on the Strange and then Emma.
Alright, I think we gave Sensen enough time.
The scene, okay, yeah. The C&D one is a pass, so I'm gonna get the Mr. Fantastic and Spider-Man skin from that. Oh, we're playing against all diamonds.
Okay.
Don't worry, T.
We got someone on our team named Diamond Ninja.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh. Ain't no one going to be concentrated with that skin.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, this is right. Holy shit. Oh, damn.
That's what I want to see on Cyclops. That's the type of name I want to see on Cyclops.
Guys are banning.
I'm so happy about this.
What, Squirrel Girl? We're banning Squirrel Girl?
Who the fuck is banning Squirrel Girl, bro?
On the Batmobile one too? They're banning Spider.
Okay. I guess so.
Yikes. That's gotta be a
Groot or
target
Penny
ban.
on this, or Moon Knight.
I mean, they were going Groot, so okay.
Yeah, I'm good at ban Groot. Let's
Why
Cyclops
go 1 in 60?
My dude.
Black Pen.
1 in 60?
No dive? They don't want dive. They're playing Penny.
Apparently,
Are they playing
they
Penny?
don't want dive.
Are they playing Penny?
I don't care if they're playing Penny. I'd rather them not play.
Come
Devil
on,
Dinosaur.
guys.
Are we banning Dino?
I don't pick one.
I'm just gonna ban.
I don't know.
No.
I need me
No
to change it here.
I don't like the way these guys are
Damn, they
moving.
don't.
Dude, they're doing anti-dive completely. They are playing Penny. I think we should have banned.
That's okay. We have Cyclops, I believe.
I mean, it doesn't make sense because even if you have dives, you can still go Penny if they would just die.
Right? You're like, wouldn't you want to play Penny? So why are they doing anti-dive? What are they playing then?
I have no idea. Take off what you doing.
Cafe, what are you
Does that mean
doing?
they're crawler?
Who occasionally takes stuff that doesn't belong to him. This is a nice spot.
They're probably gonna have Gambit though, since we didn't, since they didn't ban it, we didn't ban it. Gambit.
He's already on Strange, so I'll go Magneto.
Oh, we didn't ban Gambit?
Nope, no one banned Gambit.
Not ideal.
Hey, yo, I was asking, who do we ban? Y'all didn't say anything. It was like 2 seconds left.
It's not your
I mean, like, dude, again, why people want to bet Gambit so much? Gambit can be countered really easily. You just have to match ult with ult. That's it.
Friends have saved my life far more times than weapons.
Alright, I'm locked in now. Sorry.
Okay, they're playing Hulk.
That Hulk and
Maybe that didn't want dive.
Punisher on the left.
Yep.
Punisher and well,
Punisher
Blade
dead.
as
Punisher
well?
dead. Yeah.
They're playing a dive team, but anti-dive at the same time.
Yeah, Mantis and Gambit though. We just gotta make sure they.
Alright,
get
so
a
we
lot
just
of
have
luck.
to match ults. I guess Roxy should probably wait for the Gambit ult for her to ult, maybe. Because they don't have.
Do they have
They don't have anybody that can stop you.
Yeah, they have a Punisher, and your ult with Punisher ult isn't really gonna like.
Also, you can do the Rocket Ult. The Rocket Ult is a 1-for-1 for Gambit, essentially. It's not.
Yeah, that's well. Yeah, that's well. But that depends on us.
It's just if they push us back, it's kind of. But
I don't. It doesn't really matter. Either one of us can ult. That's what I'm getting.
Just hold it down. That's all that matters. I don't have ult yet.
I don't have ult. I do not have ult. That's another thing. He gets ult way too fast.
I have ult now.
Yeah, I mean, my freaking rocket ulted.
Yeah, hold it down, bro. Where are you guys? Where are you guys at?
I went bad because rocket was going bad for freaking rocket ulted in front.
Dude, I was being pushed by a Hulk, Blade, and whatever the fuck else.
Okay. All things considered, I'll say that our Strange is lacking.
Yeah, all things considered, I don't think Strange is gonna be the way to go.
Yeah, especially not against this ult right now. He's gonna die again.
Yeah.
I tried.
Yeah, revive him. Yeah, we might have to go.
I have ult.
I'm gonna have to go either Thing or Emma. I think Emma better.
I mean, the problem is we don't want you to switch. We need them to switch. Fuck.
Fuck slow, though. Bro, he grabbed me from the field.
I'm dead. Well, they used all their ults. They used Emma, Hulk, Punisher, Blade, Gambit. I
Yeah, my ult. I have my ult now.
Yeah, we got 3 ults now.
Okay, ult.
But they're halfway through the second point, unfortunately.
I think I'll go Emma after this. Maybe problem is like they have a Punisher, so I'm better off staying.
They also have an Emma too.
They went Wolverine.
No way.
I'm just gonna ult. Yeah,
Okay.
probably for the best.
Come on, Wolverine, kill the Emma. Wolverine, kill the Emma. Wolverine, kill the Emma.
Damn, that didn't hit anybody? Crazy.
Nope. No, we killed none of them? Or just one?
I mean, we killed the Emma and somebody else. Our Wolverine is really missing his, like, grabs.
One's behind. One's behind.
I'm assuming Punisher, maybe.
No,
yeah, Punisher.
Yeah, Punisher. Oh my god, bro, he's just looking at me.
He won tap, man. Bro, I'm trying, but this is too much.
Bro, our fucking Strange is a 1 in 4, bro.
Oh my fucking god, I can't do this.
I'm waiting for the Punisher to ult. He's 100% gonna time it with me. Either he waits for me to ult, or he's just gonna ult and...
Oh, there it is, there it is.
He had shield on. Oh my god, the Hulk shield lasted
Dude,
long and the Mantis ulted.
Dude, yeah, it's no point. The Mantis will ult when you're ulting to counter their Punisher, and he will live through that.
I can't really go anything else though.
They switched to Emma too, that's crazy.
Yeah, they went Emma. I can't go anything else. At the current time, I can't really. There's nothing else.
I don't even
to
know
play.
what to do, bro. The fuck?
I can't go Thing because of the Punisher.
We should have banned Gambit.
Yeah, maybe.
It really is like if that Gambit did not have ult, I feel like we'd be able to do more.
You know, I will never understand how no one can counter Gambit.
Not even that. Our
It's
DPS
not about
suck.
countering Gambit. It's his ult that we can't counter.
You can match it.
You
Yes,
can match it, but then
it.
also the only ones that can match it either can get destroyed or easily killed out of.
Our DPS just stink, but it's like, I don't know. This guy's 4 and 5, bro. And this train is, I mean, fucking Emma's a 1 and 5. Like,
yeah, that's fine now.
Genuinely.
She's slow, she's slow. Freaking DPS, kill her!
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Punisher is walking us down.
Get Punisher!
Okay. Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, everybody's dead again.
Honestly, I don't even care about the game at all. I care more about the fact that Blade and the Hulk can get away with anything, even without game at all.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bro, kill her. There's no way.
I don't know how. Even I was hitting her. I don't know how we didn't kill her.
This is real fire.
How do our DPS not do enough damage?
Oh, we're not looking for that.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
How am I taking damage through my shield? Oh, wait. Okay.
It's so over, dude.
Yeah, we're not winning this.
I mean, maybe we can hold them until it to
I
make.
have ult. I have ult. I have ult. Just stay on point. I'm sorry. I was trying to build up my ult, but then the Punisher killed me.
Emma's blocking me.
Down.
The current score is 0.
Also, hi, Step Bro. Hello, hello.
3 and 7.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Guys, I had ult.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh my gosh.
I'm doing so bad. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, bro.
Who's talking?
Strange.
Strange.
Strange?
Yeah, bro.
Cyclops is also doing bad.
I'm bad.
To be honest with you, the whole team is not doing great stats-wise. We're all kind of in a shithole. Diamond Ninja, what the fuck is 3 and 7?
Round 2.
Guard the galaxy, sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
Not looking good. I have 4 revives.
This is a nice spot.
I'm unbanned. Oh, nice, nice. Guys,
get ready.
Step Bro has been unbanned. He's now able to say creatively mean things to people again in comp.
Nice.
You want to remind chat why you got banned in the first place? What you said to get your ass banned. Oh my god.
All right, guys, we can win this game, right?
No, we're
We can
from now on.
we can stomp them faster than they stomped us, right?
I never want to see another fucking Gambit in my games.
Why didn't you ban Gambit?
Bitch, I was asking. I thought the other team was gonna ban it and all this shit, and y'all didn't say shit. Shut the fuck up. Shut the actual
I don't get it.
fuck
Why
up.
do you have to ask us? This is my fight with you in every rank match.
Oh, because it's a team game. It's a team game.
Make your own decision.
It's a team game, bitch. Last I checked, it's a team game.
Gambit,
Be a team.
Gambit.
Trying to be a team here. Trying to be a team. I'm
Stop
trying to be
whining.
a
Stop
fucking
whining. If you
team.
want to buy Gambit, buy ban Gambit.
Buy Gambit? I should buy him like he's a fucking prostitute? Goddamn. Guys, he's saying I should be buying people now. Goddamn.
Just ban him, literally, just ban him. If you want to play, play as a ban.
What am I listening to, yo, guys? What the fuck are we doing, bro? Please, please. My rank.
Fuck your rank, dude.
Our ranks.
I almost have ult.
Holy fuck! How did I not die there? Guys,
I almost have ult.
guys,
I'm just gonna get ult soon. I have ult.
guys, guys, guys.
Is that you?
No. I'm
I
dead.
don't know if we want. Oh. I don't even know if he did. He come from the front? I didn't see him.
Okay, slight setback. We lost everybody.
Oh, but we have 4 ults now.
Dude, we're not winning.
Oh yeah, for sure. But hey, we're not dying without trying. You want ult first, or should I?
You go first. You go first.
Oh, they bubbled him.
Why are you running now? Why are you running now?
This is real firepower.
Guys, there's a Gambit over here.
Oh, they all ran. They all ran.
No, there's a.
There's a Hulk somewhere. Where the fuck did Hulk go?
Back.
He's over there.
Oh, he's over here. No.
He's half.
Guys, Punisher.
Live for the next 3 seconds, please, 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 please.
Just hide behind the point.
No, I need my beacon back. Okay, beacon's back. You can die now.
No, we can't all die. Don't say that.
Got the Punisher. It's so low. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Guys, we're all on point. Where are you guys going?
I'm dead. Again.
I'm fighting for my fucking life.
Why are you running? I'm running because my team will run away. Oh, we're all dead. Okay, guys. There's 30 seconds left.
Is this guy gonna TP? Deportal, deportal. I almost have my ult again.
I'm dead. I'm assuming he's gonna revive.
I put a bubble.
Oh, Rocket ulted. Rocket dead.
Fuck, I died. That's crazy, dude.
I love it. And
Big turret! Guys, there's a turret just up there!
And people say Blade isn't powerful.
It's over, dude.
Freaking Hulk over here.
God damn, bro. I'm a ninja, man.
8-11, guys.
They switched to Widow and left the game immediately? Yeah, fuck this guy.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Report this guy, bro.
Oh, fuck yourself, my dude.
One final hit is crazy.
Dude, even I got more than one. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Minus
Guys,
27.
I'm -8.
Minus 27.
Holy shit, what the fuck, my dude?
God damn, man.
Oh, because you're playing in a very low tier lobby.
Yeah, yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Oh, yeah. Yep,
So-
it's okay. It's okay. Wait, Sensen here? Sensen, are you here? Sensen, you here?
I don't think he's coming back.
Oh, okay. I guess there's no Sensen, guys. No Sensen. Oh, damn. Ooh, no Sensen.
I mean, he was playing Rivals from like 4 to 8 today.
Yeah, you should, was I looking on his main? Yeah, I was looking on his main account. He deranked, by the way. Back to
Yeah,
that
I
one.
heard about that one. So tell him he's gonna play rank with me in Diamond. Gets to Diamond, I'm like, all right, and then I'm ready to play, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm back in Platinum. Show them you're not here to play games. I am here to play games though.
He's literally playing a video game. Oh my god, Maverick, you can go, Thor. We have an invis. Who are we banning from this match? I'm just gonna straight up ban Gambit, you know? He was pissing me off last game. Well, fuck you, bitch.
Alright.
I'm not dealing with this hoe right now. Not dealing with this hoe, bitch! Oh, shit. Mad Moon, they're targeting you. They target banned.
See? Not like they don't even want me winning, bro.
Yep. Okay. Can y'all choose stuff? Like, I don't want to be the only one. And then y'all be like, why didn't you ban Gambit? Well, why didn't you ban Gambit?
Because I don't care about it. You're the only one that cares.
Oh my god, I care because it fucking disadvantaged us
Then
if we don't
you
fucking
care.
play him.
I don't care.
Oh my god. I'm about to kill this man.
No, 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 no. You're gonna pick a character to ban and you're gonna like...
We banned more Moon Knight. Okay, Black Cat it is.
Alright, just pick something.
Yep, it's fine. Oh,
Alright.
they chose Phoenix.
Good job, guys.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Now the question is, should we have banned Cyclops? I don't know.
It doesn't seem to be helping us. We had a Cyclops last game. He
Yeah,
didn't
but
do
that
shit.
guy was fucking...
Shit. Dog shit. Absolute shit. Garbage. Suck a dick shit.
Suck a dick shit. Yeah, I think that's the one. I think we narrowed it down.
Guys, I just like to be descriptive, you know, that's it.
You guard the galaxy, sure. Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
They still want to play Invis? Like, I don't know what's happening here. Guess not. You only ban Cyclops so you don't fight his team up with Wolverine? Honestly, I've not seen that many Wolverine players.
Yeah, and then Cookboy.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Ooh.
2, 1.
Yeah, I'm not upset at this team. I think this team can do great things.
Nope.
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation.
I don't know if he's really viable. Like the team up is really viable in rank, though, especially diamond rank.
I mean, maybe.
The team was just to get away.
Yeah. Not many people play him in the first place.
It tries your tank HP. I mean, yeah, but Wolverine kind of does that on his own.
Oh my god, I'm dying!
Yeah, because the Cyclops, bro. Because of the Cyclops, bro.
Again, they have a Moon Knight and.
Can we kill Magneto?
Nope.
Nope.
They can't kill Magneto. Of course not.
Bro, can we break this Emma shield so that I can heal you past this shield? Okay, no, I guess not. Hey guys.
Oh, in my opinion, Cyclops should be the one getting banned.
I love how he gives us his opinion after we've already done the ban.
But y'all ready for the summer update tomorrow? We are.
Oh, I'm so ready. Oh my god, that C&D skin is mine.
Guys,
Mine.
guys, I'm getting cooked.
Mine.
Guys, I'm getting put in a blender.
Mine.
Guys, they put me in a blender. Okay.
Wait, I can't see. I can't see. Where are you?
Guys.
Guys, they're moving the shield. This Emma shield. I can't. No.
Oh, guys. Oh, no. Get out of the blender then? Yeah, I see.
Do we have any? Oh, of course not.
Oh my god.
Portals, but you died. So.
Yeah, I died immediately. I died with you. Steve, no Yobs. Noob Master. Yo, Noob Master was on the other game we just played,
I
bro.
feel like out of all
He was the Punisher from the game we just played.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We played against or played with?
He was the Punisher on the other team that we just played against.
By the way, the Punisher on the other team was not good. You should know that.
I know, but he's the Moon Knight. I'm just saying, it's not looking good for
Why
us.
did they ban Punisher then? They literally banned the character.
I have no idea. Maybe because I wasn't. If it's the same person, maybe because of me. Because I went Punisher and started dipping him.
Probably, yeah. That's embarrassing.
The moon haunts you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Why are they all over there?
Magic, you're too far. Oh, okay. Okay.
The Emma ulted. I mean, the
Somebody stop that.
That's it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Who can stop Magneto from ulting? Emma. It's the only one. Some Moon Knight up there.
I mean, Strange could have jumped in front of it and shielded or something too, but yeah.
Don't worry, I went around, so.
There really isn't a point for that. Like, he can straight up just move around it. Freaking, I've been trying to kill this Moon Knight.
Yeah. How's that going?
Unfortunately, you kind of moved out of the way of my thing.
I can't because it's in the
And this
background.
Emma keeps putting her shields in front of us, and we can't destroy it because you guys would die if we even tried.
Oh my
Cyclops
god.
on the behind,
Oh
behind.
my god, bro. Not this again.
Kill him.
Can we get Moon Knight and fucking... This is Onks, bro?
Kill the onks, the onks.
Magic, why do you intervene?
You can't! There's...
Huh?
I'm
Yeah,
done.
I
He
go
got
for the
kicked
Moon
off. He
Knight
got
and she
kicked off. He
literally-
got kicked off by Emma. I saw him get kicked off, and I'm like, bitch, you can fly. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Anyway, sorry. That's just me. Don't mind me.
LOL Strange. Our Strange
That
is
was fucking-
doing some next nonsense.
No, he literally can fly. I'm like, that's crazy that you died.
Oh, that was not where I wanted to put that.
Maybe he had a cooldown. Who knows?
It should like touch the tip of a rock or something, bro. How did it end up there?
The ammo was so low.
Kill Magneto, please. Kill Magneto. Thank you. Nice, nice, nice.
Someone's over here.
Guys on the side. He got revived by the rocket. Going back to spawn. He
They
went
have a
back into
rocket?
spawn.
They have a rocket?
Yeah, they have a rocket, Luna.
The Spider-Man, the Mr. F skin, summer skins make me want to die every time. Dude, nah. If I ever go Mr. F, that's the only skin I'm using. That is the only skin I'm using. Mr. Fantastic. Nah. I'm gonna be naked the whole time, guys. I am gonna be naked the whole time. Is this what it means to be a man? That I can just be like essentially nude the whole time.
Please focus on that. Please.
What? Someone talking trash about Mad Moon?
Huh?
Only 60 seconds left.
Rocket. Mad Moon!
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, we were holding them for a bit. You know, we got 40 seconds. We can surely hold this, right? Where the fuck is the rest of our team, bro?
They're taking a sweet ass.
Well, it's only me for a time being.
I know, that's the other three of us. Oh, hell no. I can't help you with that. I'm sorry.
I ulted right in their ult.
I can help you with that when you're
ulted
sorry.
on me. 2 ults on the one person, 2 ults on one person.
Rocket's dead. Luna's half. I'm hiding.
Ooh, motherfucker!
I have a Moon Knight ammo over here.
Moon Knight's dead? Nice. Alright. Good shit.
Yeah, this motherfucker was.
They can portal though.
No, they won't. They won't. They went thing instead of. They went. Oh wait, now they went strength. Okay.
It's too late. If they're now they're going
Yeah.
The current score is
And instead of going thing, straight away they went thing.
Oh my god, that thing you don't try to still ult me. I'm like, hell no.
So I went to Iron Man, bro.
No, baby. That's not how this works. Not today, not yesterday, not ever. Anyways. Nah, but okay, nah, straight up though. That Mr. I think the Spider-Man skin is much nicer than. When I say nice, I mean it's less revealing slightly. Ugh, it's not quite much though. God damn, that Fantastic skin leaves nothing to the imagination. And then him stretching looks weird. Oh my god, him stretching.
I mean,
looks
yeah.
weird.
Crazy, dude.
Did you just say W ad in your own stream?
Yeah. I can do that. I can do that now.
I'm just like, goddamn. But yeah, that Mr. Fantastic skin, nothing to the imagination. I can see everything and anything. He's like, who needs an imagination?
Who needs an
Oh,
imagination?
you're free? Oh, okay.
I mean, theoretically,
I
you
was
can
just
make
saying-
it bigger.
I'm just saying the Mr. Fantastic skin leaves nothing to the imagination, and
I
you
thought
can
Amazon Prime
just
would let
like
me
Mamu
avoid
said,
the
you can
end.
make things bigger. You know, he stretches, guys. He stretches.
I don't mind supporting my favorite creator. Let's go. Unfortunately, you're not sub to me. You're sub to her.
Oh, guys, there's a Moon Knight on top.
On top of what?
On top.
Top of what?
On top here.
On top of
On
what?
top of here.
There's so many things to be on top of, dude.
Ooh, I was. Are you scared? I made him get off. I almost killed him too. That sucks. Didn't get to him.
What would he look like in tank format with this skin? That's pretty funny to think about.
I saw Moon Knight.
Venom?
No, with a Venom. Oh, too bad. Too bad. They have an Iron Man?
Yeah, I told you they had an Iron Man at the end of the last game.
Last game?
At the end of the literally last game, they switched to Iron Man. Or last round, I mean.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Sorry, I stopped healing for a second. I got hyperfixated on Iron Man. C&D's dead. Oh, fuck the punk.
Who did I hit? I have no idea. I hit someone. I lost him though. I think I hit one of the supports. I'm not sure though.
Arrivals.
Is there any reason for you to
No, you
go
fucking
around
Iron Man,
just
bro.
to
Somebody
get
kill
me?
Iron Man, please.
Should I just hold?
Yeah.
Or magic sucks.
There's a chance Iron Man has ult. There's a chance Iron Man has ult. Okay.
Nope, too bad.
Okay, that's fine.
No, it's both. It's both. It's both of us. It's both of us. Oh, I'm being touched by a
An ammo wall, bro.
Oh,
No,
wait,
T.
the sound
Oh,
button.
fuck. That was. I tried.
Guys,
Losing
I
teammates.
can't get there.
I need someone to kill Iron Man, bro. I can't.
Bro, I'm trying, but I'm also dealing with the moon net as well. And the Emma, for some reason, she's
Where's
going
our?
after
Do we
me.
not have a cyclops? Do we have a cyclops?
No, we have a magic.
I'm being killed. I'm being killed by my.
All right, let's go.
Now they have 2 tanks.
Oh, we are not getting past this. We need more damage out quicker.
Damn, they broke my beacon already, bro. Fuck. Emma.
Alright.
We have a Namor now.
Buildings. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, sorry.
That falls on the wrong place.
Oh, Roxy gooning. I'm not gooning. I'm not gooning, guys. I'm really not. I am not attracted to that. I don't like how he stretches, okay? We are literally about to lose this. 30
Yeah.
seconds.
It's because nobody can kill Iron Man because the more fucking. I don't even know what this guy's cooking, bro. Who are you aiming at, bro?
There was a penny over there. There was a penny that went over there.
I'm gonna wait for Roxy to go all and then I'll ult.
Okay. We gotta be destroying these.
Bro, I'm trying to kill the Iron Man. Where the hell is he?
He's in the back.
Madden's dead. I'm ulting right away. Oh my god!
Freaking Penny!
Oh, why the fuck can't I move?
People.
Why can't you move? I don't know. Need you to be able to do that.
Doing the Emma ult on you. Do we have a portal? Can we portal?
He's still alive.
He's still alive.
I died to that.
Oh no!
Come on. Bro.
Wait, he's still alive? I didn't even know. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
He put down his shield right when I needed it. Of course, I died to the C&D as well.
Final score 0.
My dude.
That's so tough,
Why are
dude.
you doing that? You and their C&D copy and paste each other. We
Bro,
really
this
do.
guy is
'Cause
11
that is actually the
and 10.
If the other team has a C&D, you're ulting when that other C&D ults. That's
Why
literally.
did I say
what
easy
you wanna do.
rocket? Like, what the fuck can I do? What? What?
What? Easy rocket? What? Negative 25.
Negative 22. Let's go.
If I go down flat too, I'm leaving.
How long till what are you at right now?
Doesn't matter. Let's keep going.
That's what I like to hear.
Oh my god, I'm looking at these stats and it's fucking whatever. Like, what the fuck else was I supposed to do?
Yeah, it's strange shit for sure, dude. Look at this guy.
11 and 10. Anyways, okay.
Okay.
We literally didn't even have to go that far.
Yeah, no, we were doing so good in the first like minute of that game.
Yo, just seeing Strange Strange Diff, and they played Strange for how long?
First minute, I thought
The
we
other
were.
team?
I thought we were cooking.
I know, right? I thought we would get there, but no, dude, they
But no.
literally swapped their whole comp and whatever shit, and yet we still didn't win.
Great. Violated.
Oh my god. I'm about to be deranked too.
No,
Bombastic
no.
side eye. Oh, hi Gap. Hello. How are you?
Apparently we can't ban Gambit.
Frequently, I suck at all roles except
It's okay.
support. Gap, that's literally me in Overwatch. Don't
If
worry.
they don't ban Gambit, then
We're good.
we're good. If this guy sucks as Gambit, then we might have to like crucify him, bro.
Ice Bullet, what do you play? I should have asked. Like, do you play ranked? Do you perhaps play ranked? Can you perhaps help us?
Perhaps, perchance.
Oh, good. Perhaps, perchance. Can you help us?
Imagine he says he's a console player.
Probably is a
Tank?
console
Oh,
player.
okay. Wait, are you a console or PC player? We're looking for PC players. PC players! Guys, PC players. PC players. Oh my god. I'm actually scared. Oh, both teams win. Sorry, girl. I'm a little too high of a rank to play with you. Ah, goddamn. He's looking down on us.
I would say one time, but I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
Okay,
You just do what you gotta do, bro.
Yeah, I would say online.
That's fine. That's annoying. Yeah. Sucks. Wait, so are you like Celestial then? Or are you like high GM? I'm assuming it's high GM then.
All the difference.
Oh dang. Okay, guys, we have an Ultra Lord Gambit. Let's see how this goes. Let's see
Okay.
how this goes. And Mad Moon gets to play his Thor. Mad Moon, I expect great things out of you.
No. Thor sucks, dude.
You're funny. You're
The
funny.
worst tank in the game.
I can join, but I have to climb up again. Wait, what do you mean climb up again?
This guy's in like silver, bro.
I have to do placements again? Motherfucker, you haven't even done placements? Gap, come talk to me when you've done your placements. Okay? Talk to me when you've done your placements. And then let me know where you are.
I think I'm gonna go back to console, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, fuck. He doesn't want to play with me, guys. I'm the problem. I get it. I'm sorry. I am trying. But hey, you know what? You know what, guys?
What, guys?
I look good. Even when I lose, win. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at that ass. Look at that ass. Anyway, it's okay.
3, 2.
He seriously needs some medical attention.
I do not. Oh, you are a PC player. Ooh. Okay, you see, I'm already happy that you're a PC player.
I don't like this Hulk.
You don't like this Hulk? I don't like that I missed like 7 shots on Emma just there.
Is that the same Hulk by chance that we were fighting earlier in the first round or no?
No.
I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't remember that name. I would have remember that. No one's gonna try and come from the side, right?
Well,
Star-Lord's dead.
Thank you. I was gonna say there's no way they can
That
go.
stopped me from putting down my bubble, by the way.
No, Emma.
No worry, I got you. Someone's on. It's Hulk. He's so low.
They're all in this fucking corner, bro. Oh my god.
Nice.
Nice.
Don't get too
Keep it going, keep it going.
Don't get too into that, guys.
Don't get too into guys, what'd you say?
No, into their spawn.
Happy Pride Month, I
Into
guess.
that, guys.
Happy Pride
I
Month.
said that. You just didn't hear me say that.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm learning. I
Yeah,
don't need you to
I think we
learn,
did ban
Gap. I
Groot.
need you to
Someone
do,
ban Groot.
okay? I need.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, someone.
Oh hell no.
Still have my ult on though.
Hulk ulted.
Jeff ult. Okay. Interesting try. Oh, I died.
know. Thank you.
I did not think Squirrel Girl got me. I mean Squirrel Girl,
Then do
fucking
we
Star-Lord.
have-
Star-Lord, sorry.
Oh, I was like, what? Am I about to be pelted by nuts? Nuts for days, guys. Oh, sorry, T. I'm so sorry.
We played against that blade.
Yeah,
Was
we
that
did.
the
We
blade?
did.
Yeah, yes, we did. And I'm 100% sure I said, if I remember correctly, I did tell him some bad things in chat.
Did you make him angry, bro?
That match, I did say some fucking shit to him. He was pissing me off.
Yeah, Blade's not gonna work well for me, unfortunately. This guy's gonna touch me inappropriately.
Kill her.
Guys, I'm dying.
Oh my god, Magneto freaking bubble here.
How is she still alive, bro? Oh my god.
That's over. That's what I'm saying. The heals.
I mean,
too many.
I mean, as long as they don't actually capture anything. Can anybody deal with that?
It's gonna ult again.
Ours or theirs?
Theirs. Because he had ult when Luna ulted. He
Hey,
has to have it.
there's one. Keep going, keep killing their supports.
You did it too early.
Oh, I still got it even though I was up then? I did too early, yeah. I can't see.
Max one. Max dead.
But there's like 3 of us dead.
It's okay. It's just me and Penny versus Blade right now.
You need a portal?
Yeah, portal. Yes, portal, please.
Bro, you said
It took too long.
I took too long. That wasn't even that long.
Just say that. No,
okay.
we had already been moving.
Okay, that's fine.
Portal.
I just didn't know how much damage the ult was gonna do.
Oh my god. Wait.
I did portal, by the way. Get in here.
I'm here. I'm back on point.
Oh my god, the damage. I'm dead.
Thank you, Gambit.
Okay, Penny managed to get in. Well, the portal's gonna disappear now, so I'm switching.
It's okay. We're getting bodies.
They have Black Panther now. Black Panther.
Blade
has to have ult if he hasn't used it.
He did. Didn't he use it right when?
No, there it is.
Nope.
I'm dead.
There we go. We're good.
He saved us!
Oh my god.
Y'all ban group. Wait, we did ban group, right?
Yeah, we did. Or they did. Someone did.
I'm not dead.
Dino and Group was the first round.
Someone banged.
Because the Black Panther really has to say unfortunate C9. It's not really necessary.
When did we get a Black Panther?
Just now.
I thought this guy was Star-Lord.
Yeah, he was Star-Lord. I'm assuming he switched to like get there faster. I'm assuming, or, like stay on the point longer. Then he just dashes anywhere where you can't focus on him.
Yeah. Yeah, their Blade is ace.
Tell something to Blade again. Gap says you should say something to Blade again.
If we win this game, you gotta talk even more shit to him, bro.
I'm pretty sure the Blade, the last round, I think he said easy.
Easy?
I think it was him.
You know what? If we win this, tell him.
He did say easy. I scrolled up. He did say easy. That was the game. That was the game we had fucking Diamond Ninja on our team. That guy, that fucking bum.
Oh yeah. What did you go 4 and 7, right?
I know.
As like 5 different characters. Yeah.
I told him suck my plantain. That's what I just said.
Suck my plantain.
Yeah, because his name is Platano Migrant.
Platano Migrant.
Oh, okay. Okay, guys, we're sucking plantains now.
We? We are not doing any of that, dude.
Why are you so against it? Goddamn, we got against plantains, my dude. I love plantains.
I don't like being unconsensually added to these things. You didn't even ask me first.
I think they have a Spider-Man.
They do have a Spider. They do.
Yeah.
I did saw a Spider-Man.
From on top, I think it's coming from on top.
It's okay. All we need to do is capture this a little bit, and we're up here.
Have to do anything. Like a lot of Latino players do.
Someone's dead. I don't even know who that was. Someone else is dead.
They're not gonna portal. They don't have time. Go Jeff.
Which Jeff are you talking about?
Win? Oh.
I didn't see. I didn't see a Jeff. Did you see a Jeff?
Oh my god. Plantains are delicious, guys. I love plantains. Do you guys like plantains?
Plantain chips. Yep.
Plantain chips. Oh, I love plantain chips. Nice salty plantain. Oh yes, yes.
Plantain chips
good.
dipped in the
Baked
oxtail gravy.
yam.
That might be.
Okay, I've never had it dipped in oxtail gravy. God damn. I got 29.
I got 20.
Well, it's
Oh,
okay.
I can't type it. It's inappropriate.
Oh, suck my plantain? Eat my plantain? I like plantains?
I like turtles.
Hey, I like plantains, guys. Do you guys not like plantains? Plantains are great. Plantains are awesome. Guys, I'm promoting plantains. Eat plantains, guys. Eat plantains.
Okay,
I like banana chips. That man, get the fuck out of here. Banana chips are way too sweet. Cool, maybe you guys can play with me now. Maybe.
I can't really type suck. I can only say it in slang. Like I can't.
You can't type suck. You spell with a V. SV.
No, I can't. Like it doesn't allow me.
Oh, they even banned that. God damn.
I can only talk. I can only say it in slang.
Ice Bullet. What rank are you? What rank are you? We have a plat 100.
Yeah, but we have a that's probably why we can't play.
But who knows?
Why,
I might get banned just for saying it 2 times. Who knows?
Oh yeah, 100%. You. Oh no, for it not going through. I highly doubt they'll ban you if it didn't go through. No one reported you.
What? No, Roxy. That's so dumb of you to say. I'm talking about the fact. I'm telling him to sign my plantain. Jeez.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Why will I get banned for not like? Come on.
I'm sorry. You said 2 times. I didn't know you said suck my plantain a second time. Because you were saying I can't say suck.
Yeah.
Oh, you're diamond too? You can play with us. Yeah.
You said it in slang.
We
Instead of saying suck, I said I typed it out another way.
Mad Moon is diamond 1. We play with this guy.
This guy.
No, that guy. We play with that guy. Not that man. Don't get mistaken for that man. That man is a completely different person. This guy is Mad Moon. No.
This guy. He's got 2 thumbs and is in the lobby.
Yep.
This
and
guy.
the diamond 1. And wait, are you out of the negatives yet or no?
Yeah. I'm at 15 out of 100.
15 out of 100? Wait, I thought you said you were negative 22. Did we win?
No, I lost 22.
Oh, go.
I just got 20
about
though.
Me? Nothing that man. Nothing. Don't
That was my
worry.
first ranked
Don't
win in
worry,
5 in after 5 losses in a row.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, is it your fault we were losing?
No, that was across. That was across.
I
That was across
feel
3
like
days.
you brought in your curse. Yeah.
You got bad juju on you.
Bad
You got some
juju.
bad juju.
Brother, did you see our Diamond Ninja and then our other fucking strange that went 11 and 10 and then the motherfucker was like 8 and 11? Bro, this is my fault.
Hear him? He's blaming others. He's blaming others. For
Yeah,
his mistakes.
yeah,
God
I'm
damn.
blaming others, dude. Of course.
Oh my god. But yeah, Ice Bull, if you want to join us, you can. I'm down to have another tank player. I'm down to have another tank player. Thank you very much. I like tank players. Besides, T can go DPS more often. He can play his Winter Soldier, guys.
As it should be. I think our highest win rate percentage is probably when Roxy's strat, T is DPS and I'm tank.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we get some bum ass teammates.
When both me and you are strat players as well, we do.
Yeah,
okay,
that's probably like our
depending on
second
the rest
best.
of our team. Yeah, me you strat, and it doesn't really matter if T is tank or no. I think T plays tank.
It depends on who our other players are.
Yeah, it really depends. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately.
I can play 1 game before I hop
can play
on.
1 game before I can hop on because I'm okay, no problem. No problem. No.
Guys. Falcon, yeah. The Hulk, yeah. We played with them.
Oh, the Hulk. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because they're on the same. They're on the same faction.
They're a duo.
They're on the same faction. The Mandy.
faction.
Mandy.
Damn, they got factions, bro. Yo, that's the only achievement I don't have, guys.
We are the same faction.
Do you not have a faction? I thought my name.
I need to
my
join. I
name's
need to join
James.
a tournament with my faction. That's the achievement. That's the only one I don't have
Oh
in this
yeah,
whole
you have
game.
to join.
Guys, we have two. We have a Jimmy Baseball.
Yeah.
Imagine we get the same like teaming.
No, we didn't. Nah, no one was named Falcon on the other team. Don't worry, we're good. We're safe.
No,
We're
they
safe.
got
Don't
my
worry,
my
team.
name's James. They got the god Raiden. They got Lucifer. So like Lucifer without the C. Crypt Chaos.
You want to ban Cyclops, but then this guy wants
Publius
to play Cyclops.
Quintus.
Ban Groot. Okay.
Let's just ban Groot. Yeah, we'll do Groot as our first. Love how all of us are like, okay.
I guess we have a game a freaking. Cyclops
Nice. They ban Gambit. Okay.
Yeah, who do we ban next, guys?
I don't know. Maybe
I want to
Moon Knight.
ban Cyclops because I don't trust this motherfucker, but I have no choice.
Ban Devil Dinosaur.
I mean, I guess. I mean, isn't that not just like a big ass easy target for Cyclops though?
I don't. Yeah, I'd rather not anymore. I actually, he already got nerfed. I think he's fine. I really do think he's fine. Moon Knight. You ban Moon Knight?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's ban Moon
Yeah,
Knight.
trees are so overrated, right?
He still wants to ban Cyclops. I mean,
Oh,
dude,
then pick
go
it.
ahead and ban. Then pick him. Then pick him.
No, I think you realized.
Yeah, trees are so overrated.
I think he just didn't want to be responsible for banning our teammate.
He didn't want to be responsible for a thrower, which I can understand that. I can totally get that.
Well,
But-
if anything happens, you know, we know who to blame if we lose this game. Or fucking
Who's
Cyclops.
he gonna... Oh, or Cyclops, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I could have gone. I don't know. I could have gone the support, and we could have had 3 tanks. By the way, just saying. But I don't know.
3 tanks.
Stay. We already have 2 tanks.
I mean, we can do 3
I don't
supports.
know, but Jimmy Baseball wanted to go Captain America, but because we
Which
had to.
Jimmy did.
Which Jimmy Baseball? Lowercase, 3 L's or 2 L's?
The one spelled with 1 uppercase or the one with multiple uppercases?
I just said they were in support, so I'm assuming
I
you're the
know.
one.
Jimmy Baseball or Jimmy misspelled? Like which one are you talking?
Jimmy Baseball? Jimmy Baseball or Jimmy Baseball? God damn. I swear to God. What's the Pogo?
Sombre Pollo?
Pollo? Is it
I don't know.
Pollo?
I don't know.
Why are you guys reading?
It's Cyclops' name.
Is it Spanish? Am I butchering Spanish?
Could be anything, dude.
I mean, yeah, oil chicken.
Okay, yeah, Pollo's chicken, but
What about the first half?
Either he's trying to spell sombra like shade or
sombra. Okay.
like I don't know. It's weird. That's a weird way to like say put a name.
Oh, they have triple so. Oh no, they just have an Adam. What the? Oh yo, what the fuck happened to me?
What? I don't know. I'm questioning what the fuck happened to you.
Oh, Cyclops did not miss a shot for a bit. That's what happened.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's kind of hard to miss shots with Cyclops. It's pretty easy to hit them. Especially
Guys,
headshots.
heal me.
Yeah, I mean, especially when they're moving towards you, it's pretty easy.
Oh,
And they have a DPS Adam.
and this Angela is literally. Oh my god.
I'm dead. I'm so cooked. Oh my god. Oh my.
You alive, and I'm
Back up,
dying.
back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
I died for you. I died for you.
You did not have to do any of that.
Yeah.
You're more valuable on this team than I am. I'm gonna die again.
Well, I couldn't do anything. Nah, I was gonna die.
Okay. So here's the problem: is that they have
They have an Angela that's bugging me.
They have an Angela Thor with the team up. They have the Dive Blade. They got the freaking Cyclops.
We have a Cyclops as well. Like he decided. To
yeah.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? You know, like if there's a Cyclops and ours is the bad one, then it's over, bro.
Oh, she got both of us.
Do you get her?
See, I don't.
No. Okay, Cyclops got her. Cyclops got her.
Cyclops is focusing on the wrong people.
No, he was in the back with us.
Bro, what the fuck is... Okay. I might need to switch characters.
I have ult. I'm gonna ult into this.
Adam dead. Adam's gonna revive, by the way.
Hey, Luna ulted.
Hold him. Hold. Hold. Don't die. Hold.
Oh my god.
And I'm dead.
How did that not hit? Okay. You know what? I'm not even gonna question it. I'm just gonna run with it.
He ulted on me.
Oh my god, this Angela!
Oh great, now he went DPS.
Dude, they're just playing bully tank. Oh, Jimmy Baseball went
yeah.
Wolverine. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, he went Emma. Okay, okay. We're not making it. We're losing this.
I'm opening a portal.
Yeah, maybe I should switch the train.
Damn.
And burn out the sky. Oh, I wish.
It's always the enemy Cyclops. It is always the enemy Cyclops, bro.
Mm-hmm. Hey, yo, our Venom, whoever was Venom before, wanted to bet Jimmy Baseball. It was Jimmy Baseball wanted to bet Cyclops.
Which one?
And I agree.
Which one?
The one spelled properly. The one spelled
Maybe
properly.
a scar? Jimmy Baseball left the game?
For the... Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
okay, they joined again.
Okay.
The power you unleash from your eyes. Does it
But this time I won't get my ass handed to me.
Not in my experience. Some say it's channeled from a dimension.
So Jimmy Baseball, the one spelled incorrectly, is currently and
1 in 5?
Ace, who was they played White Box, so it makes sense.
Oh, I thought you were talking about our 1 in 5 Jimmy Baseball.
Jimmy Baseball, 1 in 5, yeah.
I mean, I know that I'm 0 in 3, but like, damn. I was trying my
Guys, I'm
best.
just 2 and 2. You know, I'm just neutral. You know, Jimmy Baseball is currently 2 and 1, so that's why they have 8. You know.
Somehow this Adam
Jimmy
Warlock
Baseball.
is doing way too much.
Yeah, because Adam Warlock has always done good damage. You just have to aim at people. You just have to.
I know,
like,
but somehow we're not
actually-
doing enough damage to fucking kill him.
Oh, I'm behind.
I wonder somehow our DPS are not being useful. She's so low.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing to do.
Bro,
And
why?
he's warning again. Really? Really?
Dude, freaking why did they always have to follow me?
Yeah, I'm going back to Thor. Fuck it. Anything is possible in domination. Just remember, a wise man once said, anything is possible in domination. I'm dead.
Yeah, anything's possible in domination. Also your death.
Yeah.
That's anytime.
Okay, I think we need to move together as a team, which is what we're not doing right now.
How
Roxy,
do you
just...
want to move together as a team? We can't get past the first entrance.
Alright.
There's an Angela over here.
Cyclops, be better.
Cyclops, they're all... There's like 5 of them right there, dude. How are we not getting any motion?
And I got pushed.
I'm dead.
I hate this game.
And I just got ult. And our...
Adam dead, but Blade is slow as well.
I'm gonna ult down the hallway. Okay.
Go.
So...
Don't actually. I
That would
don't
be
even know.
nice. And instead of them going Wolverine,
never
which
mind.
is not
Let's just
useful
go up.
and
We're
not
going
being
up. We're
useful,
going up.
like go in something that would be useful.
gonna
They
go
still
up.
think, wait, guys, I still think I'm down here. So take the chance.
I'm gonna ult this plate.
Thank you. Okay.
How the hell did he solo? Cyclops solo, nice.
Luna's dead. Thor's 1 shot. He got the health pack. Thank you. Dead. Angela's trying to get. Oh, rest in peace.
Angela took you out. with
Rest
her.
in peace, T.
We all have
Angela,
to make sacrifices.
wait, you think Angela took me out with her? No, I knocked her with me. She was still flying.
Yeah, yeah.
She was still flying.
Oh, okay. I thought she went down with you.
I knocked her with. I grabbed her.
Oh, up here.
Where? Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. I clicked the wrong. I pinged the wrong thing.
I have spotted an enemy.
Okay, that was really good.
Oh
But,
shit! I'm gonna die.
Madmu, we're not there with you.
I know.
We're not there with you. I can't heal you.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. There's like 3 of them up there.
Over here.
Oh shit!
Oh my god, I can't do this. Oh, nope. Why?
Damn.
I'm trying to question why the res beacon was there, but okay. Okay. Someone's got a portal.
Dude, we don't have portal. Didn't we already portal earlier?
It's been 3 minutes for
That
sure.
was last round. That was last round.
So please listen to me next time when we should ban Cyclops. He's kind of really broken right now.
And if you don't play it well, we're fucked.
11 and 8 to 31 and 1. I mean 32 and 1, bro.
Yep.
I still don't get why didn't he ban him. If he wanted to ban him so badly, why didn't he ban him? People, people don't...
22 points. Wow.
Adam used cheats. That's what our Cyclops has got to say. That's all he has to say for his performances. Cyclops has
Adam
cheats.
used cheats?
What cheats was he using?
Adam used cheats, guys.
Okay. Okay, which ones?
Did he aimbot you? Was that it? Are we aimbotting people now? Wait, one more cheat. There's nothing I could have done, guys. I can't out heal that shit. Sorry. It really is always the enemy Cyclops is. It really is.
Oh well. You can't expect to win them all.
Did you?
Hmm?
Did you? Did you just Galacta voice line us?
No.
Is that not what she said?
I don't know.
That's literally what she says. Can't expect to win them all. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Well.
This.
Come on, start the game.
Oh my god.
Well.
Guys, already I'm negative 18.
I'm negative 13. Garlic toe dip. Nude in my Tims.
You got a BMW on the other one.
Yeah.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I was about to choose Cyclops. I was thinking we're in the banning state. Bitch, nah. I need to.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
See.
bitch?
Oh, Ben's. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'll do 51.
Let's hope they ban Cyclops. Okay. Okay.
Oh, double dino. Unite a group?
Oh no.
Okay.
It's Moon.
It's Moon Knight.
Fuck off, Cyclops. I want to ban you. I want to ban you. You. I want to ban you.
Annie Parker. Should we just ban Cyclops? Should we just ban Cyclops and get it over with?
No, we're not going to be the one to upset him.
They're a double.
Okay.
Come on, please ban group, guys. Please. I mean Cyclops. Please ban Cyclops.
No, we ban group. We both ban group.
They ban group. We
The
ban
right
group.
heroes could make all the difference.
They have a dive team.
I am the god of thunder
Most likely,
and
yeah.
the mightiest avenger.
Oh, my back. Oh my god, I have work tomorrow. I totally forgot. I thought today was like Friday. Like,
Bro, isn't it like Wednesday, bro?
No, dude, it's Thursday. What do you mean?
Thursday now.
Yeah. I mean, technically it's Thursday like 2 hours ago, so.
1 hour ago for us. But yeah, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, for me, it's... technically for me today is my Friday because I don't got work on Friday, so.
Everything hurts. No kidding. Everything's not okay.
All right, guys,
No,
deep breaths.
really.
We shall overcome. I said.
All I know is if this Cyclops is not good, I'm a rage. I'm opening my mic.
If this Cyclops is not good, I might have to start like discriminating against Cyclopses. I can't lie, bro. This guy ruined it for everybody else.
Hey, I just don't get it. Like, what's the point of you playing rank if you don't know how to use the character? You might as well stick to what you know how to use. Like, there's no point in you de-ranking. It's not worth it. Hey, I don't like that Star-Lord.
I don't like the Star-Lord Cyclops thing that they got going on here.
The Star-Lord looks too professional, I'm not gonna lie. It scares me.
I don't like that the Cyclops' name is Scott, bro.
And a Cyclops is dead.
Guys.
Oh, they haven't done this team up.
Of course they do.
I try to keep our invis alive to keep y'all.
Oh, that's fantastic, bro. Can we just surrender now?
To be honest, rank do feel like quick play sometimes. I'll be honest with you, nah, quick play feels better than this shit.
We know.
Probably because I just don't care.
Okay. You know what? It's
I shouldn't say
okay.
anything. We played a couple quick play games earlier. Our team was getting mad. I refused to go second tank. They got mad. Oh, these heals are shit. Nah, you're just a shit Spider-Man, my dude. Like,
No more Mr. Nice Guy. I'm locked in. I'm super locked in.
I can't even ulti that. Maybe our invis can, but I can't.
Never mind. I'm so cooked. It's over.
It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? This Star-Lord is coming out. And this Strange. Yep.
Why does it always have to be like this?
There's Cyclops is 6 and 0.
After this one,
No, it's 100% our fault, guys. Remember, shit heals or something like that.
After this one, this is literally just ban him. Like,
not for me because I can't be mad at my teammates. I don't get mad at I try not to get mad at people in quick play because it's fucking quick play. Why am I getting mad at you? There's nothing to this game. Quick play.
oh, the tank freaking pushes me like I'm not gonna kill him.
I'm gonna ult.
It pisses me off. Like I'm not gonna kill him.
Is she gonna ult? Wait, I thought our invis was gonna ult.
Oh my god! I thought you ulted already.
She did. Oh, she did. I couldn't see it. And then I couldn't hear it because she ulted in them. Their thing.
Yeah, the one you're getting low was you.
Dude, she had ulted inside. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna ult. And I don't know she ulted.
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you the one you didn't ult was you. Calm down. Jeez.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. I genuinely feel like I'm losing my mind.
Star-Lord's up there, by the way.
Ow, alright, you know what? Too much toxicity right now?
Oh my god. Nah, this is how we are as a team. I don't know why I stopped in that corner. I wish whenever I phased out, I could have more of a third-person point of view, a bird's eye view, a lot of shit, rather than.
Winter Soldier awaiting orders.
Dude, why is he even going thing at this point? Like seriously.
And for who?
Why is our teammate going thing?
Who is he going thing for?
Why would he? Yeah, who would he be going thing for? That's why I said for who.
Why is he going thing? I don't know. I'm assuming to like
Okay.
Thor maybe or Spain.
Is he getting moved by the Thor like that much? Probably.
Oh, over here.
Oh, are you fucking for real, bro?
Starlo behind.
I'm capping the point. They don't know.
Oh, dude, I forgot. They're seeing the ulti.
How did you forget?
Because I was busy trying to stop the Starlord from killing me.
Guys. I'm dead.
Oh, we're all dead. We're all dead. We're all dead.
Okay.
We're all dead.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
There's no one to help you. I'm sorry.
Like, I really hate freaking. We need a shield tank. None of our tanks want to switch. The
I'll switch after my ult, but I don't know what to tell you. I mean, or at least our Cyclops switched after we like didn't ban Cyclops for this fucking bitch.
I know, right? He switched. Yay! I'm so happy he switched so that we couldn't ban him.
They're trying to push me off. Oh, come on.
I got one of them. I got Invis. I mean, Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, that's stop.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bro,
They timed it with the strange ult. Timed it with the strange ult. I almost have ulti. They're opening a portal. They're trying to portal us. They're trying to portal us. Go different directions. Go in different directions.
There's two portals.
They're gonna lock us in the place.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't
Okay,
really
this
matter.
side. This side. No, no. Oh,
Yeah, they're trying to lock us in the place, yeah.
I can't get it. Yep. Unfortunately. I can't go through.
2, 3.
Guys, are we cooked?
Including which side
Yes.
you're on.
Body T?
You'll need a top-notch
What did I
team to
do?
win this
Not
one.
you, bro. That's not what that means.
The body is T? Whose body is T?
The body that they just bodied us with, I guess.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. Which one is T?
Which one's T? The question is that.
Oh god. I'm done, guys. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
What to do? I mean, fucking surrender, bro. That's what we can do.
We could. We genuinely could. I kinda want to.
30 seconds before you attack.
There's no shame in surrendering.
Yes, there is.
Brother, our Cyclops is 3 and 7 and it's not even playing Cyclops anymore.
I'm not sure I feel comfortable divulging.
Oh, yeah.
Their Cyclops is 19 and 1.
I'm gonna agree to that. The 3 and 7
Requires 5 votes. There's only one person that needs to vote.
I don't know who it is. There. Okay. We're surrendering. We are surrendering.
That's so depressing.
I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm sorry. I can't.
So
I
depressing.
can't. We're not. I don't care anymore.
Bro,
I
look
don't
at
care.
these
You get
stats.
upset. You get upset. You get upset that we ban your character? Well, that's your problem, not us. I believe that's the first time. Oh, I've been deranked to plat 1. 67, guys, out of 100.
I think I'm in Diamond 2 again.
Yep.
Let's keep going.
Yep. So. Wait, I don't know. Wait, Ice Bullet. I don't know if you want to play with us anymore. After all those games, oh lord. I don't know at this rate.
Guys, I used to be Grandmaster 3. You remember when that was? Remember when that was a thing?
This poor man. This poor man.
Dude, my win rate on
It's
my win
okay.
rate this season is so ass.
Wait. You think it'd be good because you won those like 5 games in a row too. Like what? You won so
That's the
much.
reason why I said that.
It was 10 games in a row actually. But then I just
10?
lost like so many.
In a row? Goddamn. I'm so
Just
sorry.
in general.
I'm so sorry.
So bad. So
Let's try one game. Let's try
Let's try
one
one
game.
game.
Hey, you know what? As long
It's
as we
like-
don't go Cyclops.
Just like let me try out. Let me try out. If
let
it
me
goes well, I'll keep
try
playing.
it out. Let me
If
see
not,
how you
I'm
guys
never
are.
playing.
Let me see how you guys are. It's like if y'all suck, then
I
You know what?
mean,
We're actually decent, guys. We are
We're not.
good.
we're not horrible. Okay, let's decent is
Hey, yo. Every game we lose, we have a Cyclops that ain't doing shit, yo. Oh my god. Or we have a Cyclops that ends up switching from Cyclops. And then still is shit. Yeah. Yeah. Goddamn. Goddamn.
goddamn.
Goddamn. But yeah, that baseball guy is kind of funny. I love how he kept trying to suggest like, oh, ban Cyclops, but he refused to
Could
ban
have
him.
just
I'm
done
like,
it, bro.
you start this. We follow you. If he gets mad, we blame you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello. Guys, I was a Diamond 3 player at some point, okay? I really was. I was a Diamond 3. I was a Diamond 3 player at some point, okay? Also, if you want to join the VC on Discord, you can. It's literally right there. I love the timing. I love the timing on this thing. Got it right when I was like, oh, I should probably see if he wants to join the Discord. All that shit. But yeah, goddamn, I love this. Question: Are you guys in? Yeah, it's right above you. You see the stream elements? That's the invite. That's the invite to the Discord if you want to join. Oh my god, it's literally the message right above. That's actually, you know what? No, good Steam elements. Good stream elements. Sorry, I see Steam elements.
Good bot.
Good bot. Yeah, good bot. Oh fucking shit! What the fuck is that? My boxes are falling, guys. They're falling. They're falling. They're falling. Just like I'm falling.
Just like our rank is
Falling. In ranked, obviously. In ranked. That's how I am. Guys, I'm just falling in ranked. I will forever fall in rank. Oh my god. I'm so itchy. My... 9 to close. No, it's 5. Okay. I just had to make sure. Did I finish? Nope. Wait, there's a daily experience cap? Either way, I think I'll get it.
For what?
Less than 1,000? The Groot.
Oh, yeah.
Skin.
It's got that.
Will I get it? I still have 1,000 plus the 29. Yeah, I should get it. Yeah.
Are we ready to play this game?
Fucking shit.
Is it the time to play the game?
Oh, I don't know if Bullet wants to join the VC.
It's literally saying they can't talk.
But you can still be in here just to hear.
Just so you know, I won't talk, but it's just telling me what to do because no family sleep right now. So play the game.
Okay. That's fine. I don't read it.
Okay. Let's go.
Let's play a game. My Shiro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Entry fee. Not a damn Cyclops, bro.
I almost said a word. I'm not saying a word.
It wants to ban Penny?
I don't
okay.
know why, but I was gonna be banned as a last option.
I'm fine with the Penny ban. I don't know.
Let the Blade do whatever he wants.
We all know it, right? We all know it. We're gonna ban Cyclops. We all know it.
I mean, I don't know if he knows it.
Like, come on. At this point, you should probably know
Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
play Cyclops in rank if he's gonna get banned constant.
Nothing personal, kid.
I'd rather ban the group than the Punisher, to be honest with you, on this map.
He's banning Punisher because he's counter.
Okay, do we ban the Cyclops now?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, like we have to. We have. Like, if
You
he
go
wants to
for.
ban Dinosaur. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. The rest of our team is like.
Oh
No.
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 The right heroes could make all the difference.
Okay.
I'm so mad.
Okay.
I'm so mad.
Okay.
Okay, well, I guess we're locking in here. I guess we're locking this in, guys. You know what? We just have to make up. We have to make up for it. That's it. We just have to make up.
How?
For it, okay?
How? No, tell me how. Both DPS were randoms. Tell me how.
Bro's crying.
Oh my god.
Guard the galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I don't know why I keep saying that. I did not do that, my dude. Guys, okay, we're gonna lock in. We got this.
No,
We got.
I don't know what the time stream entanglement is.
I'm assuming he's mad,
Yeah,
but I
as
don't
soon as
care.
the brain trust
We
builds
got
the
this.
other
I believe
gizmo,
in
we'll
you.
all get to go back home.
I believe
I
in
don't know.
T.
Again,
I
it's not
believe in
logical
Mad
for
Moon.
you
I
to
believe
expect
in
to be able to
Ice.
play a new character at rank when
You believe in
know
Ice
that-
Bullet? This is our first game together, bro.
I believe in him. You know what? He's Diamond 2.
This guy said, "Let's
okay?
try
I
one
believe in him.
game." He's Diamond 3, actually.
Thor
Oh,
is
Diamond 3?
Cyclops.
Never mind, Diamond 3.
Like,
I don't
Thor
care.
is-
You know what? He's also here with us.
Yeah, but we
Suffering.
don't have a counter for group because they banned Punisher. The only have is Moon Knight.
Ah, no, we got Squirrel Girl, bro.
Hey, you know what, guys? I tried to ban that group. No, I tried.
Wait, didn't they ban Moon Knight? Did they ban Moon Knight?
Punisher went
Oh, I'm
I think they banned Moon Knight,
sorry,
bro.
guys.
They banned Moon Knight.
Really?
Yeah.
So there's no counter for Punisher. Then.
No, no, you got Squirrel Girl. That's the best you're getting.
How is that gonna? How is that?
Oh no, Ice, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hey, yo, remember when I wanted to ban the group? No.
Hey, where the fuck is our team? Okay, you know what? You know what? It's okay.
We're dead.
Our team is dead.
We're dead. We're dead. Remember when I wanted to ban that group?
They're
Dude,
literally
Punisher.
over here. Every single one of them is over here. Every single one.
Guys,
I love
are we?
I love this. I love. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Are we going back to
No,
platinum, guys?
those
What's
are-
going on here?
Oh yeah, we're just on our way back to plat. I'm sorry.
Fuck, bro.
And our DPS are not gonna change. I guarantee you that.
You talking about the 1-in-1 Cyclops who's going up against their 9-in-1 Cyclops right now?
No, I'm talking about the group, the freaking Blade. I don't even care about his high class. At least he has a kill. The fact that Blade is not switching, knowing the fact they have a Groot, it's pissing me off. Like he instead of banning Groot, he decided to ban Punisher.
I'm gonna ult.
Like how does your brain work? Do you think that Groot is a big counter for Blade? Like
Oh.
his brain doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like it doesn't. It straight up doesn't. Okay, 2 support loads back. That's they're gonna hit us hard, you know, right?
They only have one. Oh, Madman's dead.
I mean, it's White Fox, though. We can
What are
kind
you-
of do that one.
It's White Fox. Oh yeah, I don't worry about that.
Assuming we have one DPS ult, we can counter that shit real quick. Assuming.
That's an assumption.
Yeah, assuming.
Here, come on, guys. We got this. We got this. I believe in us.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna try and heal you from up there. I'm healing our tanks because they are far more valuable to me than you are.
How it should be.
Okay.
Oh, he got one. He
Support
got.
down. Don't die to that, please. You guys get out of the fucking corner.
Oh, we're trying this to help the score here. First.
Oh no!
I tried keeping you guys alive. I'm sorry. I tried.
Go ahead. Dude gets his ult so fast. It pisses me off.
Fucking
Hey, yo, if
Cyclops,
we had a
man.
Punisher to, destroy the walls, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You don't have to play with us anymore. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm apologizing in advance. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the one that's just running the walls is me. I'm fighting a white fox.
I want to ban Cyclops, and here we are.
Somebody kill Thor!
To ban
Oh my god. Oh my.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
There's a little DPS. Did he
He's
leave?
back here. He's back
What
here.
the fuck is our Cyclops cooking, bro? Please do something. Get a kill. Get the kill on Thor. Something, bro.
Thank you. I'm sorry, guys. It takes me time to heal. I'm so sorry. I also have ult, guys.
You're welcome. This is a nice spot.
Okay, there's the white fox
Not
ult.
really. I'm gonna. Oh, I lost my ult. I lost. My
You
ult.
lost your ult to what?
Yep. The white fox and the winter soldier hit me at the same time as I was ulting.
Oh, that's great. I'm gonna die here. You're gonna die there too now.
I'm just gonna little thing. I'm just gonna little thing. I can't
My
really go
apologies.
anything.
I lost my ult. That's on me. That's on me. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize.
Jesus Christ, man.
Hey, you know what? Our Cyclops is 12 and 4. The problem
Okay.
is the Namor right now.
At least he switched off Blade.
Bro, you want me to fall back? How? I can't fall back unless you get closer.
Someone scratch my back.
9.
This is real firepower.
Thor's on top.
Nice, nice.
Team play. That's me.
There's behind, by the way.
Right. Still?
Yeah, he's
right there. He's right there.
What the fuck, bro?
literally avoiding fighting me. He's avoiding me.
He's coming. He's coming.
Yeah, he's running away towards the front now.
Oh, my apologies. He's coming. He's coming. Right here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know if that counts. Oh no. Okay, I almost have my ult again, guys. I almost have my ult again.
I'm not
I
going
don't,
to
apologies.
I don't even know if you're gonna make it that far, dude.
You know what? Next round, he just... DPS.
There's no point in me going tank against a group. What the fuck is something Nito gonna do?
No, I said DPS. That's what I'm saying. Go DPS.
I'm talking about myself. I know.
I'm saying you should just go DPS.
He is DPS.
I know. I'm talking about myself.
Oh, you are DPS? Oh, okay. I thought you meant next round you were gonna go.
Need some more time to recharge.
I'm gonna...
Hey, at least the Cyclops isn't.
It's not
that
over.
bad.
It's not over. It's not over. We can hold this.
Like, at least the Cyclops is not bad. Next time it's the other DPS.
The one who decided not to ban Groot.
Yeah, he banned Penny, Punisher, but not Groot.
Yep.
Like, bro, banning counters,
Punisher,
but
who
not the biggest one.
literally... I'm gonna keep my ult for as long as I possibly can.
Okay.
Oh my god, the wall. The wall.
Incoming. You're ready for action.
Oh, I see them. The supports are around this corner.
Root walls.
Too many fucking walls. Yeah, too many walls.
Ooh.
They're really low. Nice.
Portal, 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 portal.
We're on the building? Yep.
In the building, in the building.
I'm just gonna ult on that point. So.
She ults it. She I was gonna kill them. White Fox.
There! Invis is dead! Invis is dead! Invis is dead!
Just Groot, just Groot.
They
Nice.
see 9, they see 9, nice.
They died. What do you say? Fucking. Let's go. It's not over. Job's not finished.
Time to switch things up, including which
Can we just admire the fact that I went from like what 8 kills to an 18, and the Richard Soldier still has 19?
And Ice can solo tank. God damn.
Like,
Oh
let's
my
just
God.
admire that fact, you know? Let's admire that fact, you know? Like,
Yeah,
how
my
the
heal.
switches has to go because we have a DPS that doesn't DPS. Let's go.
Yeah, I love solo tanking. Okay. Well,
Yeah, you know, solo tanking is the best.
solo tanking is life.
Take it from me, the solo tanks and like I solo tank in Rivals and in Overwatch. I'm happy. I have a happy life.
Yeah.
I have so many friends because of it as well.
Tank pool now.
Okay.
Who knows? Maybe he knows what to tank pool.
I mean, you know, at least maybe, you know, the extra health will help him, like, do something, you know?
Yeah, like,
Regen or
maybe.
fucking healing factor, you know, maybe.
We have to be optimistic.
Hey, at least he realizes he shouldn't be the one DPSing. You know, I'll give him that.
He really shouldn't. He really shouldn't.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I am a Connor. You know what else Connor's group? Moon Knight. You know what else? Punisher. You know what? This man behind all the worst ones.
Guys, the group open.
Yeah, I'm trying to destroy them for you. Careful, wall. Through this wall, destroy. Try to destroy the one in the corner here. Okay, destroyed. Bro, who's doing? I thought it was a group. I thought it was someone behind our way.
Yeah, I thought so too.
It's just the Cyclops freaking thing.
I'm trying to get Ice,
though.
but they keep blocking me off from him. Goddamn.
I'll patch you up.
It's that group gonna ult.
Damn.
I don't think so, but at the same time, I feel like he will. Oh my gosh, Cyclops is so low.
Damn, no, my teammates are dying.
They have 3 supports.
Of course they do.
And our the tank pool go.
Wait, I'll go support after I go solo.
I will. Oh, they double support.
I mean, they can. Technically, they can.
I'm gonna.
Okay, nice. That was a waste of your ult either way.
Me?
No, their group. Their group blocked off with Bagger.
Okay, they have. Okay,
They have 0 support ult. I ulted just because.
Yeah, no, we got motion.
I'll patch you up.
Where's the rocket?
Again. Armor packs here.
Okay, I have the rocket.
Pay up.
Oh, sorry.
I went after the rocket.
You're ready for action.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay, Groot's 1v1ing me. Let's go. Don't get healed. Don't get healed. Don't get healed. Don't get healed. Bro, don't get getting healed.
Guys, I'm being blocked off. I can't heal you.
It's fine. We still won. You're freaking Groot, dude.
Yeah, cause I still had that bubble.
Trying to 1v1 my ass. Oh, he got revived. I have a rocket. I forgot.
I'll patch you up.
Magneto low.
Groot low. Never mind. Holy fuck.
The rocket ulter. Rocket ult this low. That's gonna hurt.
How did that fucking kill me?
Hey, rocket ult destroyed. I'm dead.
You know what? That might have been my fault. That might have Loki dashed into that.
I'm so done. What is? Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Everybody's dead.
Yeah, I have ult again now. After I ult.
Reset. I almost have ult. Did they rocket ult? They rocket ulted, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they rocket ult.
did.
So we're going to. Ooh. They have Luna.
I missed that. I need healing.
My dude, we were not there yet. I have ult.
No shit, I can't help you with
Oh
that.
my god, I'm sorry. I switched to cloak for some reason. When I shouldn't have.
Dude, I have to go in. I can't, like...
I'm dead. That was Groot ult, and that was Cyclops ult, Rocket ult. Okay.
Forget about my ult, I'm switching.
Jesus Christ.
At least you're 50%. Okay, I'm just gonna ult.
C&D ult us in.
Okay.
What they saying?
The walls.
Got their Cyclops.
Yeah, we're seeing the ulted, so...
I'm ready to put on a show.
Okay.
Their Magneto's behind, by the way. He's low. He was low. I almost have my ult. I'm assuming Magneto's
Bro,
gonna
kill Magneto. Holy fuck. How is he still alive?
They ulted.
Magneto low, nice.
Kill C&D, kill C&D, kill C&D.
Oh no, it double died.
Damn, he's too far at the beacon. But
okay, I'm ulting.
Rocket ult's gone.
You ulted. I ulted.
Okay.
It's fine. One keeps you alive, the other one gives you power.
Moria.
Oh, again.
No, I almost have ult.
Damn, that was fast. Jeez. She ulted after you. How did she have it?
Did she ult after me? No.
She ulted after you.
Holy fuck, my team, bro.
She did ult after me.
Where did you go?
She's probably doing
How
more
much
healing.
damage are the tanks taking? Bro,
I literally just got ult though. Like, as she gets ult, I get ult. Okay, I'm gonna ult this one.
Guys, you're both basically ulting at the same time. I'm assuming the Luna might have ult.
No, that's not good. Did it break? It broke.
Luna ulted. It's fine, it's fine. Go this through, it's annoying. It's
Guys,
really
oh my
annoying.
god. The respawn beacon.
The Magneto's low.
The respawn beacon. Oh, the respawn beacon.
Yeah, they're respawn beacons just on the side.
Plus, you're talking about mine. How does he have that? Yo, fuck you, bro.
Yeah, they're ulting really fast. I don't get it.
Yeah, he's like a solid 10% ahead of me.
Like we might ult before them, and they might still have it.
Fuck,
I'm trying to keep you guys alive as much as I can. I almost have ult. Okay, man, who's gonna ult? You or me? Okay.
I went first. Hopefully we can like bend this corner with this shit.
I'm assuming Magneto's gonna get revived. Nope.
No. Okay, there's that one.
Again?
That's actually crazy.
What the fuck?
Because their Luna did not ult.
No, she ulted earlier.
Before the scene, yeah, I remember, bro. It's crazy.
Dude, oh my god, how is they taking so much healing? Is their Groot taking all the damage?
They're so low. They're so low.
Magneto's so low. Nice.
How does he have his ult again? That's actually crazy. I'm only at 40.
Oh, he blocked us.
I'm only at 40. How does Rocket have his ult again?
Okay, how did they get ult so quickly? I was at 50%.
I don't think Luna's healing. I think she's just straight DPSing. Because like, there's no way these two are getting their ult that fast.
Dude, yeah, I was at 50% the last time she ulted. I'm like, what the fuck?
Holy fuck, we won that game. It's crazy.
Yeah, she only did 22,000 healing. What the fuck? Actually, T, you were also just DPSing. What the fuck?
I mean, I switched mid-match. Like, mid-second round.
Was it mid-match? I thought it was the beginning. Oh, yeah. Okay.
No.
You're right.
I was Winter Soldier.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think I got the 31,000.
That's crazy. You turned that around. I am impressed. I am impressed. I am actually impressed. Pat on the back to all of us.
Yo, four
I
final
said
hits
I
on
believed in
6,000
y'all.
damage.
I believed in y'all. I said I believed in y'all. Okay, I said I believed in y'all. See?
Okay.
The
what
thing is,
happens when I believe.
it's not just the fact. I'm pretty sure it's because the brute was taking so much damage, they just got over.
Dude, 78,000 damage and 59,000
Yeah.
damage on their tanks. Like, look at how much damage our Cyclops did.
I wasn't even looking at what
57,000 damage.
About 28 points a lot. 57,000. Oh, yeah. Dude, their Cyclops only did 39,000. Yeah. I wonder why they kept getting their ults really quick.
Yeah, because like T has more damage than everybody on their team except for their Cyclops.
Yeah.
And T has the third most damage on our team.
Is it third? Oh yeah. Okay. Ice did a bit more.
Yeah, because I remember I went from tank, then from tank I went to DPS. just
I
to
know. That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, how much
different
damage did they fucking
soldiers.
heal, bro? Over
Dude, we were
25,000.
doing so much damage actually. Now looking at our stats, what the fuck? We
They
were
did
doing
over
so much
100,000
damage.
damage of just healing, bro. Like, that's crazy.
Oh, wait.
Their wars were really like their cloak and dagger and their rocket. They were literally not missing. There's no way they shouldn't. Like they have to have like an insanely high accuracy to be able to like, pull that off.
The C and D is like 97%. You know?
Yeah, I have more accuracy than the rocket does, which is crazy. But like, damn.
Okay, yeah, but like if you see like Matt Moon doesn't
And-
have enough healing as the rocket does.
I know, it's just
Okay, but
crazy.
this person was White Fox as well.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's still.
Actually, no. You
It
should
should
have
be-
more accuracy with White Fox. You can get like.
It doesn't carry
probably
over per character. It
60%.
doesn't carry over per character.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch
Well,
them real quick.
I don't know if you want to play another game with us. I don't even know if we can play another game because it's. T, are you staying up late? I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now.
It's 1:41. I can play until like 3.
Oh, we can play one more game. I don't know, Ice, if you want to play one more game or not. It's your decision. I'm impressed we won that. I did not think we'd win that after the Cyclops thing. Besides, I need one more win, guys, to rank up. So we're automatically gonna lose.
I'm still in the same rank. I've been in the same rank for freaking months now.
No, you haven't. You haven't been in Plat 1. Trust the process. Oh my god, trust the process. God damn. Man's like, trust the process.
I got 30, 32. Every
You got
rank
32 that round? God damn. God damn. I wish I got 32. Actually, I wouldn't rank up. I'd be at 99. Fuck. That'd kill me if I was at 99.
Actually, if you're gonna start, please.
Oh, I'm asking if Ice is playing. I don't want to
You
start.
already said yes. You already
I can't
said
see.
yes.
I don't know where he's saying yes in. Okay, I don't see this shit.
This is why you waste so much time.
Dude, I don't know where he said yes. Okay, I can't see.
He said it in the game chat. He said it in
Yeah,
the
and
game
you know what? You know what? I have in game chat on disabled.
Then that's your issue. It's not
That's
mine.
not my
You already
issue.
said
You
yes.
guys know I have it disabled.
I didn't know that.
Yes, you do. Guys, you see, T has 0 memory. His memory problems. Very concerning. God damn. Oh! I will reach it, yes. I need 111. I need 111 experience.
Oh, we have a Hulk banner on our team. Let's see if he actually plays Hulk.
I know. This thing is Uncanny Spider-Man.
Which hero do you
He's a
think
Spidey player and a Hulk player, I guess.
Anyway.
Spidey and Hulk. Spidey and Hulk.
Cyclops player. A Black Panther player.
You know what?
Oh.
I'd be more confident if it was a Lord Cyclops, you know? I'd be
Lord
like, oh, you're putting
Cyclops,
balance.
dude.
So then it's
No,
like,
no, no.
at
Dude,
this point,
but Black Panther and Cyclops in the same team? I don't trust
nah, I'm banning that tree. I'm banning that tree. That tree is going down, guys. I'm not playing against a tree. A tree ain't out. I don't even know. Oh, fuck.
Okay, they bang, yeah, but
Cyclops players on Fraud Watch.
Are on Fraud Watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
At this stage.
100%.
They are. Ban the tree. I don't need no forest. I don't need no trees. You know, save the planet, guys, but not in game. Not in game, okay? Not in game. We ain't saving no planet in game.
okay, hell, I got banned.
Okay, good.
Let's
I'm
try.
so tempted to ban Cyclops, but we have a Cyclops.
Moon Knight? The Punisher?
Yes, Punisher.
Somebody pick something.
Sure.
Wouldn't I?
Choose
Punisher.
it. I can't find
Punisher.
him. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't find. Oh, the Punisher's all the way up there. Dude, I thought this was in alphabetical order. I forgot.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. That shit pisses me off every time, too.
Because I'm literally scrolling down. I'm like, P is down here, right? It's.
A, B, C, D.
BP, you need Hulk.
Who needs Hulk? Number 12 is Hulk.
Question?
That's literally what they're asking. If Black Panther needs Hulk.
You need a Hulk? Do they have a team up?
Yeah.
Yes.
My dude, you're asking the wrong. Actually, I don't know if I
You asked the question. What do you mean you're asking the wrong?
asking you.
You
We're
asked the
asking
question.
I know. No, I'm saying that the Panther is asking.
Panther didn't say anything, dude.
No, it's Ice Bullet that's asking the Panther if he needs a Hulk.
Okay.
If the Panther's a Hulk, how will he be asking if he needs a Hulk?
I didn't know the Panther was a Hulk. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Don't oh my god me. Nah. Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh man. I can't help you, bro. You don't...
I don't know what's happening. You guys said someone needs a Hulk and whatever.
Clearly you don't know. We know you don't know. We can
Yeah. I was asking, does Panther and Hulk have a team up?
Yes. We told you
I
yes.
didn't know that. No, I didn't hear anyone say yes.
What do you mean? We both yes.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Oh. Brush. Swear.
Yo, you're asking the wrong person, bro.
The Black Panther making a mess of their backlines.
As he should be.
Bro got supports on edge.
He's edging the supports?
Bro has the supports on edge. Look at the
Why does it sometimes? Guys, there is a.
I mean, are they doing anything though? Yo, there's a Lord Dinosaur, bro. They have a Lord Dinosaur and he's getting cooked like this.
I mean, yeah.
It must have been before. Must have been before the nerf, bro. This guy's a fraud.
The thing is, his backline's getting cooked, and if his backline is dead, he's not living.
They also have a White Fox and an Atom and
It's not
a.
like Dinosaur isn't good anymore. It's just you have to have like.
They have triple support, by the way. They went triple support.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't? You have a dinosaur. That's kind of the thing you have to play. You have to play triple support with one dinosaur to live.
Oh shit! Sorry, Ice. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We better go back.
Oh, I'm reviving. Thank you.
They pushed me all the way back.
Where did I revive?
Guys, you're in front of us. Sorry, we got pushed. We got pushed back like crazy. I mean, compared to how are you still alive? How are you, nobody sees you? Nobody sees you?
So funny.
Hey guys, we need to push up just a little bit.
Dinosaur's going for Black Panther, I'm pretty sure.
Black Panther?
Yeah, Black Panther's up there. I would have thought he would have gone for him, I guess. Bro, Rocky, you're in a bad place.
There.
Dino dead.
There is someone behind there. I'm ulting.
Yeah.
I killed their.
Emma dead.
There's someone here. Someone here. Someone here.
White Fox. Oh, what the fuck? Oh,
no, he's being
Adam.
born again. In the corner. In the corner.
Yo, 3 on point. They don't make it back. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Yo, they made it back. They cloak and dagger ulted on that shit.
Oh my god, I almost killed the Adam. Freaking annoying.
Jesus Christ.
Only 60 seconds left.
We have one alt.
I'm back.
Uh-oh.
Get that vehicle moving again.
The dinosaur old?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He did. After the Cyclops roll.
Bro, somebody help me kill this white fox. Oh my god.
My dude, I think we need. I can't see you. My
I'm
dude.
dead.
Trying to heal you.
Yeah, no. Look, whoever it was just walk right past me or other DPS motherfucker, Black Panther.
I'm gonna. I
Guys,
don't know
we have
what
no
I'm gonna
ult.
do, but I'm going to support the tank.
Are we gonna portal? Guys, we need to get on point. We can't be.
We're
like...
portaling, we're portaling, we're portaling, we're portaling.
Oh, she got me.
Adam's low. Adam dead. Nice. He doesn't have revive. Emma low. Emma dead.
They portaled, they portaled, they portaled. Ranger's one shot. Ranger's dead.
Someone
Adam's
in the
low.
corner.
Adam's dead. Adam's gonna revive on top of us.
No, he won't. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. You're right.
He's dead again. He's dead again.
Who's here? Who the hell is still here?
Emma.
Cyclops as well. Cyclops low. Cyclops one tap. Nice. Freaking annoying.
They went Angela just for this.
See, now I can play Magneto with that. But...
It was like Moon Knight?
yeah.
The Moon Knight we banned?
The Moon Knight we banned. I was fighting the White Fox and Black Panther was right next to me, and I was 1v1ing the White Fox, thinking that Black Panther would like turn around. He did not turn around.
Bro, don't say that. Don't say shit in chat. What's wrong with you? Say that shit after you win.
Nah, because the White Fox is like, yo, why? I'm like, yo, I thought my team would help, bro.
Bro, who's... Freaking just a Cyclops here low. He's half health.
Nice.
Nice, he's dead.
Get the Emma. Oh, never mind. Angela on point.
He ulted. Ulting a White Fox.
Angela pushing back the port. White Fox ulted. Oh shit. Okay. Understandable.
I mean, Angela's not gonna go in, okay? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm dead. I'm dead all the way back here. I didn't know she'd solo ult me. Hey, okay. CND has used ult. Angela's used ult, by the way.
White Fox used ult.
He's so low. My god, White Fox is healing.
Okay, so we're just concerned about the Adam ult and the Cyclops ult. And Emma ulted earlier, but she'll probably get it back.
Oh, 100%.
When did we get a Deadpool? Did we always have a Deadpool?
No, I
okay.
Magneto.
I almost have my ult.
That is not our screen.
It is.
Nice. What the hell is the Adam?
Over there. You have an Iron Fist?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's someone. Angela behind.
Didn't I just kill Angela?
No, she revived.
Adam. Fuck. Good shit. Are they gonna portal? Fuck.
No, they already portaled. I don't think there's enough time, right?
No clue.
No, they don't have time. They have time to make it, but not a portal.
Emma can die. They're opening a portal. They didn't. They don't have time.
Too late. And we only have a minute and a half, so they won't have portal. Thank you.
Okay, so they break that portal.
Wait,
for
man,
the next.
Can I also have heals? You know?
Sorry.
I just assaulted this range, by the way. You know, I never thought I would be playing tank pool in a, in a freaking ranked
Yeah,
match.
I never thought you would either. I see this pool and I'm like, who went dead?
Yes, I mean switching to tank pool halfway through a match is kind of cooked when you gotta get your upgrades back. Like, but you know, if it works, it works.
Like, it just, I couldn't play Magneto. It was freaking. I was getting annoyed. Oh my god, the dinosaur. The dinosaur.
No, I'm gonna die to this. Oh, I didn't die. Thank you.
Oh, this is bad. This is so bad. Dinosaur's half health.
Go, 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 go. Oh, they have Mr. Fantastic now? I'm gonna die.
They're seeing
Oh,
you.
stupid. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. The freaking broken dagger ult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, how are we losing this?
Oh no, I don't know.
The current score is.
I don't know. Honestly,
Maybe we'll wait until after I ult.
we can win. We
I
can
should've
win.
just
Like
ulted.
it's not hard to win this.
I should have held
game
it.
right
I
now.
should have held it. That's on me. I should have held my ult until she ulted and then ulted after her.
I don't think we would have survived.
I know. Yeah, that's why I'm just like we're just dying. We're being shredded so fast. And then they had triple support for so long.
We can win this.
Dude, I have 4 deaths. 20 kills.
Like we're not dying that much. They're just somehow they're just pushing it without us killing us. I mean,
Okay, should I
not
go
pushing it
triple
but
heals?
holding it.
Should we go triple heals?
Sure, I guess. You can go you go Luna, but then play DPS Luna until you need to actually do shit.
Could have also gone support Deadpool.
No, I like Luna's ult better. It's just better for sustaining all stuff.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah, and honestly, I never thought I would be playing tank pool, not gonna lie. And the fact I made 28 kills with Temple, I'm down for it.
I mean, we're doing good. It was just, you know, they're doing a little bit better.
There's a
It's really just the Adam ulting when we are just
Adam hides. Every time we think we killed him, he hides and everybody.
You don't kill him, yeah.
God bless my solo tank. You got it, bro.
You got this. You got this. We believe in you.
On the bright side, I can do more damage to the. No.
Holy shit! No. You cannot get grabbed. You cannot get grabbed. I need you not to get grabbed, okay?
Oh, the shield was there. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I didn't even notice
I can't. The fantastic.
I didn't even notice him. He came from the dinosaur. Bro, Iron Fist sucks, by the way. Iron Fist sucks.
Oh yeah, he should have changed his circle.
And I grabbed. Of course, I'm getting grabbed.
God damn, bro.
There's just kind of campus here.
Yeah. I don't know if we need triple support. We might need more damage.
Okay, get off. Yeah.
If someone can touch point, I'll go.
We're definitely not touching this one.
We're gonna touch it.
No. Nope.
Well, they have 5 minutes.
I'm going tank again. Screw it. I can't leave this. I'm in a solo tank.
This shit is ridiculous,
Bro,
dude.
what the hell? The hell is she also? What the hell is they think? Who do they think they are? What do they think they are?
You guys think I could run to their point real quick? Oh no, Mr. Fantastic is watching it. Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh, got my ass beat.
I'm gonna wait till they're in the ult.
Okay. Their C&D's dead right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not ulting. Oh
shit.
Dude, I can't see you. If you want heals, don't fucking.
I am ready to put on a show.
They're gonna ult it.
I'm dead.
This is real firepower.
Yeah, nobody. I can't.
Mr. Fantastic died in his ult.
That's also a reason I don't want to play more.
C&D's dead.
A lot of people that.
Get to the point. Get to the point.
There's
Get to the
There's a
point.
Luna in the corner over there.
Oh fuck! Strange lives. Ice bullet live. Yeah, we did. We put in work. We got like 4 bodies right there.
Triple tank.
Oh come on!
Just leave it. Just leave it. It's working. It's working. Whatever. I'll build my ult faster.
Okay, we got 3 alts.
Yeah.
Okay, they have an iron fist right now. They have an iron fist all the way.
I can heal, you know.
So that means watch out for backlines. Supports watch out. Bro, I hate Dinosaur Shield. I hate it. Again, dude. Dino dead.
Guys, this is.
Cyclops dead. Cyclops dead.
There's an Iron Fist behind.
I'm ulting.
Okay.
Okay. Iron Fist trying to kill Madeline, by the way.
Just fucking running, dude.
Iron Fist is not dying.
There's a Luna on the side.
Iron Fist can die. Iron Fist can die. Oh my god, no.
Kill him. Kill him. Nice.
Oh my god.
Emma low.
I'm dead, by the way, guys. So it's just.
Yeah, I know. Fuck. Fuck. Damn.
Do we make it? Do we make it? Do we make it? Do we make it?
I think we can.
We have a rocket coming up.
Yeah, I got my ult. Where these guys at?
Oh, they went back to Iron Fist.
Where are these guys?
Bro, this man gonna try and diff their Iron Fist. There's no way.
No way. Is that our Emma? Oh, fuck.
Yes, those are Emma.
Actually, I can go Emma now that.
Guys, someone's
David, Angela?
Angela.
Bro, he waited for me. Oh, fuck you.
Emma dead.
Got the Angela. Angela's dead. Okay, Angela.
Iron Fist is low. He's going for health back. Never mind.
Yep, he healed. He healed himself.
Okay, 1 minute. We're gonna get Roxy's ult in like 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
We're gonna have a freaking Luna ult.
They haven't. Angela hasn't ulted either, right?
No.
Yeah.
They're gonna have an Emma ult as
Angela's
well.
gonna ult soon. She's gonna try not.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stay a little bit.
Oh, guys.
No!
Oh, that killed me, that killed me!
Fuck. Emma's gonna kill me. Emma killed me.
Do we portal? Do we have time to portal?
No, I don't think we have time.
We don't have time to portal.
We don't.
Okay, if the Iron Fist keeps himself alive, he has to ult. The Iron Fist has to ult. No,
He
Iron
can't.
Fist.
He's not gonna go in. He's not.
Bro, Iron Fist, why didn't you ult on point? What is wrong with you?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Again? Oh shit.
Yeah, because the door opened and I wasn't able to.
No!
I have ult though.
I have like, who the hell plays Iron Fist and doesn't ult on point just to survive? Like, that is so dumb.
That's the whole point. I think because he thinks, oh, we don't have time.
I'm gonna die. Iron Fist is on my ass, bro.
And he had to ult there. We don't have time to ult over here.
Guys, we're all dead. Iron Fist, he's just in the.
We're portaling.
Okay. Good portal in.
We have 3 ults to use.
Why are our team with us over there not touching?
Guys, no one's touching. No one's touching point. I'm ulting. Get on point. Someone needs to get on point.
I'm here.
Iron Fist low. Iron Fist got healed. Bro, freaking Luna ulting. I'm so low. I'm gonna die.
Please live. I'm almost up. I'm ulting.
Okay.
They portal.
Iron Fist low.
CND's dead. Range is dead.
Guys, there's a Cyclops.
Cyclops. Fuck.
Angela coming in.
Okay, he's dead.
Kill Iron Fist.
Holy fuck.
Angela might still fly in. Watch out. Oh
Nice.
fuck, dude. Dude, they don't put up rocket stats like me, bro.
Yo, MVP to our rocket.
Look, it just spilled my drink myself.
Oh.
Shit went down the side of my face. Good job,
I
Rocket.
even have heal. There's no way.
Yeah. Guys.
Oh, we're back in Diamond 1. Let's go.
Yo, I'm at 79. Yay.
God damn. He's so close, guys. He's so close. He's so close. God damn. Oh my god. Oh,
I love how that
Lord.
match was, it felt like it played for 1 hour, but it didn't even play for an hour.
It was almost 20 minutes.
Dude, that shit felt like a whole live stream.
I'm so done.
If that one game was a whole stream worth of entertainment, bro. All you needed was me. Oh god. All we needed was Ice Bullet.
Oh lord.
A competent fourth teammate.
Fourth teammate that can solo tank. What do we need to... God damn,
Yeah,
see,
like,
look at how many people we went through.
Like, do solo tanks when I need to pick up the slack in DPS.
Literally, bro.
God damn.
Me and Roxy will hold down the strategist, and that's it.
That's crazy. Holy crap. Oh my god, guys. I don't know what to do. Guys, I got the Groot skin finally. Fucking shit. Finally. I got the pretty Groot skin. And I will never use it. Is there to just make me look good? Nice. Okay, games. That's it. Just, you know, when I go to hero selection, it's just there. That's it. You know, right there. You see? That's it.
I don't like the fact that when I play rank, I go from tank to DPS.
You play everyone.
Like,
you play
yeah,
everyone.
I get like 20 kills in DPS, and I go to healing. I do like healing, then I go back to tank. I do like 50.
You play everyone.
And then
are we playing one more? Are we gonna try and get T to? Could you rank up? I don't know. You said 70 what?
I mean, I'm at 79 out of 100.
Oh, so you need.
I mean, yeah, you how much you get per game? Like 30? Yeah, 30, right?
Yeah, I feel like 30 per game. I got last game.
You'll rank up. You'll rank up.
Are you sure?
Okay. If you guys are
yeah, we have Ice Bullet. We have Ice Bullet. I believe in us.
You hear that, Ice? Go ahead.
I mean, he's
like,
the one.
You are literally the reason why we're winning. Now we're getting carried by Ice, guys. 100%, we're getting carried by Ice. Ice is the reason. Why
Getting carried by Ice, no deportation.
What?
I thought about it.
I said we're getting carried by Ice, no deportation.
Oh god. Oh my god. Technically, T kind of can't be deported out of all of us.
Who was talking about T?
You know?
Nah, that's crazy. Why did you go immediately to him, bro? What?
That's where you're wrong.
Hey!
The only person to be deported is you because you're not an American citizen.
That's what I'm saying. T can't be deported because you're Puerto Rican, which is American.
My bad. I thought you said can. My bad. I thought you said that.
Can't. Both me and Madlu are getting deported. Not you. Not you. Calm down.
You know that supposedly ICE agents have a way to distinguish Puerto Ricans from other Latinos.
I don't know.
Yeah, supposedly they like say some words only Puerto Ricans say in their language and like their things and that's
like the fucking Inglorious Bastards like count to 3. Like if you count with your thumb first, it's like you can tell they're not German type shit, bro.
Wait, Germans count with their thumb first?
It's I don't know what it is. It's like a scene in Inglorious Bastards, which is like a movie about like Nazi Germany, and there's like a scene they're trying to figure out who's the spy, and they're like count to 3, and this guy like pulls out, he counts in like the wrong way, so they know he's not German.
Oh.
I count with my thumbs. Not gonna lie, I start with my thumbs, and
No, most people start with their pointer finger, right?
Honestly,
One.
I start with my thumb if I'm counting with my left hand. I don't start with my thumb if I'm using my right hand.
I always start with my thumbs. I don't
Dude,
know
I
why.
never count with my left hand. I never start with my left hand. I cannot.
I mean, it depends on what I'm doing with my other hand. Usually, I'm like if I'm like holding something, you know, like
It feels awkward to count with my left hand. God damn, that's so weird. Like,
Why? How do you?
Because I
feel
don't.
that?
I'm not used to counting with my left hand. I count with my right.
Yeah, it's actually weird. If I count with my left hand, I go thumb first, but if I count with my right, I go index first.
That is weird. That is.
Dude, I gotta recommend you guys to a freaking psychologist or a specialist. I gotta see how your brain works.
Coming from you, you literally.
We'll take the test together. We'll take it together. Don't worry, guys.
Utah Grim Reaper, goddamn.
Utah Grim
Your
Reaper.
whole family calls you specialty.
I'm special, you know. I'm special. Oh my God, Spider-Man.
Okay.
Spider-Man animated Lord Icon Luna.
Something tells me I tank.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Guys, are we banning Cyclops?
You think I'm a support?
I mean,
That's where
yeah.
you're mistaken.
Yeah, because nobody's.
Let the group go through, and then we'll play in second. Bitch, what the fuck is Moon Knight for? Let the group go through. Let the tree go through. Thank you.
Let the tree go through.
The tree go through. Now we go Moon Knight, right? Or I guess Cyclops, okay.
Thank you, guys. I think I'm funny. Well, at least Ice thinks I'm funny.
What did you say that was a joke?
What?
What did you say that was the joke?
The tree? Let the reaction to let the tree go through.
Oh.
I want the tree gone.
Moon
God damn!
Dinosaur?
Wow, I had to explain my joke. Never mind. I'm not funny, guys. I'm not.
Now he wants to ban Namor. Okay, which one did you decide? Like,
I mean, it's Spider-Man, so I guess Namor's probably the better option for him. But for the rest of us,
I mean, for Luna as well, because Namor can kill her out of her ult.
Also, Moon Knight can kill her out, bro. Fuck, we're fucked. Oh.
we're not fucked.
Yeah, but
They
Moon Knight
banned
doesn't
a
do
thing,
anything
so
fast
they have a
kills.
Black Panther. I smell BP, right? Right.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
On Convergence.
All right, I'll play Ultron for my first life.
For your first life.
Unless it's doing good, then I'll keep playing him.
If they have a Spider-Man, you're switching off, right?
If they have a Spider-Man,
Yes.
we'll see how good my aim is. A little skill check.
No,
little skill check.
Nah.
If they have a Spider-Man, honestly, I'd probably go Storm. That'd be easier for me.
No, we already have 2 DPS.
Okay, fine. I'll get you someone who can't deal with Spider-Man at all then.
What the fuck? Storm can deal with Spider-Man?
No, if you want me to play tank, what the fuck am I gonna play tank that's gonna deal with Spider-Man?
But Storm also can't deal with Spider-Man. So you
Yes, she can. Storm can deal with Spider-Man. Let's not get it twisted, dude.
Okay. I don't know. I don't play Storm. The only person I know who plays Storm every once in a while is you. Literally.
Yeah, Storm's probably like one of the highest need for need for good aim characters.
Motherfucker, who is shooting you?
They have a is that no? It's an Iron Fist.
Oh my God, that hasn't been more.
They have a Namor and an Iron Fist. Ah.
Did we?
Ella team up.
I thought
Have
we.
a Ella.
Yeah, they do.
Ah.
I hear someone behind me.
Why do we have? Oh, yeah, we have.
You have an Angela too?
Yep. Angela, Spider-Man, Hela, Namor.
Yeah.
This freaking. I mean, not Spider-Man. Iron Fist.
They do have a Spider-Man. No.
No, it's our Spider-Man. They have an Iron Fist.
So I can't with this.
Oh, you guys died! Oh no! I'm so done with this team up!
Every single one of them is pushing me all the way. No, I can't. Let's screw this. I'm switching. Moon Knight. I'm not dealing with this. Didn't we ban Namor?
No, we didn't.
The Devil Dino went through, which I think is a dumb ban.
But what? But didn't?
Wait,
But
who
who
banned it?
banned
I have
Devil
to-
Dinosaur?
I think it was the Luna or something, or the.
No, the big
Spider-Man?
Namor.
No, Spider.
Iron Fist.
No, both of them picked Namor.
They're flanking. They're flanking.
I hate that team up. I don't get it. How does Namor get the team up to
How does
last?
the team up last forever? It's been there since.
Bro, these guys don't even know each other, bro. Why do they have a team up?
For some reason, yeah, right? For some reason, they have a team
What the
up.
fuck do these guys have anything to do with each other other than they're like both green, bro?
So I'm trying to destroy this.
No! Oh my
I am
god.
so low.
Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Namor's dead. Namor's dead. Namor's dead. I'm gonna die here. Inshallah, I don't. I died. Fuck.
Guys,
They're so low.
Okay.
They're so low.
Guys, I'm so low healing. I'm so low healing.
Ah, God, dude.
Can't win rocket.
I have all of those play chapters.
No. Mamu already switch. Mamu already switch.
I just used my ult. I already swapped. No way, dude. Holy fuck.
Bro,
What happened to our Luna? Wait, I'm so confused.
They went hella for the Namor team up or whatever. I don't even know.
I guess
These guys are
that's-
cute. They're cute together. They're
it's
cute. They're
Ganon.
cute together. Namor and Hela are cute together on our team. Fucking matching nicknames or whatever.
You gotta slowly move in.
And yeah, that's a crazy,
come on.
crazy place to put that. Yeah, he ulted on his shit. No! Oh, fuck. I know.
And we're dead.
We have like
I'm sorry, I was back.
30 seconds.
I thought you guys were.
I don't have no idea what can I go. Like literally, what can I go?
We're gonna need to portal. For sure.
Like, the only thing I'm thinking about is Moon Knight. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Moon Knight. Is Moon Knight banned?
No, he's already playing Moon Knight, but it's
Oh,
not turning
okay.
out so well, especially with an Angela.
Fuck. Angela cooked this
It's not even
portal.
about Angela. Angela's not doing anything to me. It's just...
We gotta touch the portal. She blocked the portal. I mean, she blocked the fucking thing. We gotta go to the point. Somebody's gotta touch this point.
We're gonna lose
I
this. We're
can't.
gonna
I
lose
can't. We're done. I'm done. I'm good.
Oh, sure, Rocket's there. Wait, do we still have portal?
Don't say it
or-
like that. No, Angela cooked it. Angela broke fucking dashed it out the
Oh, no,
way,
they're
dude.
fine.
Fuck, it's over, dude. You guys aren't gonna make it, are you?
I can't. I'm so mad. He killed me, he
Spider-Man.
killed me.
Oh fuck.
Why is it always something like? I
Fuck,
don't get
bro.
it.
Time to switch things up.
I think it's stupid that I can't phase out of a Namor ult. It makes no sense. He's calling a fucking whale. I'm supposed to go
Yeah,
through a
because-
dimension or some shit like that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, some of this shit doesn't make sense, but like, you know, it is what it is. It's a video game.
Like the fact that he cancels all movement abilities is really dumb.
The fact that Daredevil can parry mind control with fucking 2 sticks, bro. You know.
Surrender can have a scar.
Does they have a what? Scar? Scar?
I don't know,
Scarlet Witch.
Scar and surrender. The other friends is asking
bro.
if you can surrender.
Yo, I'm pretty. Wait, who banned Devil Dinosaur again? I need someone to check this for me.
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure it was the Spider-Man. Was it not the
I don't
Spider-Man?
think.
It was one. It was one of them. I don't know. Oh, it was Ice Bullet.
Oh, it was Ice Bullet? Ice Bullet. Nah. Devil Dino, no. No.
Luna and Namor wanted to ban Namor.
Oh my god. I know. You know what? In all honesty, this is on NetEase. They keep the one every other team up. They'll get rid of it after 1 or 2 seasons. But Namor and Hela, fuck no. Like,
Bro,
let's keep
I don't
it
think Namor has ever had like a team up that I've respected in my whole life, bro.
Are they gonna? Oh, I mean, portal.
I hope not.
This is Angela.
Holy fuck, dude. Iron Fist and Angela just absolutely touched me inappropriately multiple ways.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Who's there?
Angela be Iron Fist and Angela.
They're on point. Oh, fuck.
Iron Fist low. Angela low.
Nice. Iron Fist dead.
Iron Fist is dead. Namor is here. Namor is somewhere here.
Nemours over here in front with everybody else.
Oh no, I just saw you.
I'm back. Angela's still behind somewhere.
Yeah, Angela's still
Ice,
behind.
ice! Angela, sorry. I was saying ice. Who and then I'm like, I'm getting assaulted! Fuck off, this bitch! Guys!
Yeah, every single one of them has like ability to get out of it, so.
Angela's dead.
No more from the side.
Angela's back. Oh, fucking rocket,
Rocket,
dude.
rocket.
I know the back, yeah.
I'm
Careful,
dead again.
Iron Fist.
Yeah, Iron Fist got my ass.
I'm holding healer. I'm dead. Oh, guys.
Dude, it's just...
Wait, portal?
The fact that this
Oh,
bitch,
it's too
just,
late.
it's funny,
No,
this
it's too late.
bitch.
Final score 0-2-1.
Damn. That's crazy.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Fine, it's fine. You know what?
Utah Grim Reaper strikes again.
We were on a streak. I knew it. I knew it wouldn't last.
What streak? I swear we just won one game.
No, it was two. It was two.
That's the streak.
Yeah. Dude, Marvel Rivals hates me so much. I win one game, that's it. That's it. It's like, okay, time to make her depressed. Time to make her miserable. Time to make her want to uninstall this game.
Bro, how do... No. See, how do I have the most final hits in this game? I was like...
Rocket for a good chunk of it.
I was a Rocket, I was an Ultron for a bit, I fucking
Don't
switched
look
to...
at me.
Oh my god.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at our freaking Spider-Man, bro.
Dude, he wasn't just Spider-Man, didn't he?
He was Namor
Was he
and
the one who
Phoenix.
switched into Namor?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Wait, I had this. Wait, I had this? No, I didn't. No, okay. I was just like, no, I didn't have any.
Goddamn.
Before. I didn't have any Groot skins before. T, how much did you lose? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, T.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Sorry, it's my curse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mad Moon. I'm sorry, Ice. I'm sorry, T. It's my curse. This is how it works. I win 1 or 2 games in a row, and then Rivals is just like, fuck this bitch.
Dude, no, I'm seriously starting to think that is true. Because even if we play normal, I can just be playing normal with Roxy. We'll win 1 game, we'll lose 3. We'll win 2 games, we'll lose 4. And I'm like, how is this possible? How? If I play by myself or if I play with Batman or Mad, we don't lose that much. How can we be losing so much with you?
Make it make sense, Roxy.
God damn, sorry. I'm the common denominator, so I'm
Bro,
obviously the problem.
go to a curandera and tell them to bless you.
I don't even know what that is, but okay. Is that a church or something?
No. It's like, I guess it's kind of like a witch more or less, I guess.
What the fuck? Nah, this man wants me like to have bad juju or some shit.
No, he wants you to have good juju.
Yeah, I just want to bless you, bro.
Let's see this. Ooh, look at this skin, guys.
Oh man.
God damn. God damn.
It's like a witch.
Okay, we got this, guys. We got this. We got this. We got this.
You sure about that one?
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Don't make her die without herself, please.
The first time we actually banned Cyclops and oh lord. Oh, damn.
Oh my god, I got a Gambit player.
Okay, we got a Gambit player. It's a Lord Gambit. Where are we banning, guys? The tree? Alright, let the tree go through. Let the tree go through. And then obviously Cyclops. But let that tree go through. Bye-bye, tree.
Obviously, you know we don't have a Cyclops player, so Cyclops.
Yep. We're not burning any bridges. Not burning any bridges. Cyclops, you are dead to me. I keep forgetting they have C&D on a 3-star difficulty, and I'm like,
3 stars is crazy, dude.
I know, and the Cyclops is 2-star.
I mean, have you seen Cyclops?
Like, don't get me wrong, I agree with Cyclops is 2-star. I'm just like, why is it C&D is more difficult? Obviously,
Maybe because it's a support.
Moon Knight. Wait, they're trying to ban me. What the fuck?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, thank God.
Holy fuck, you piece of actual garbage. I'm not healing.
He said sorry. He said
I'm
sorry.
not- Nope. 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 Sorry, my ass.
And Magus
Sorry,
guy?
my ass. Sorry, my ass. I'm not healing them. Don't look at me. Edwin, it's fully you.
You want to tank?
Well,
Oh,
Ice
you can
Bullet, I
tank.
guess, and DPS.
Okay, what's happening? 3 tanks?
Well, it looks like Ice Bullet wants to play,
Nice. Do you want to do healer? God damn it. What the fuck?
Yeah, what's happening?
I don't know. I don't know.
You ever seen
I think you're so lucky I'm last.
Dumb and Dumber?
Moon Knight.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Dude. Dude, our Gambit switched to Invis. What the fuck?
No, it's good. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We gotta team up.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, I didn't. Okay.
That's what I said in the Tower of Solitude.
All right, guys.
I hate how she has a chair.
While crashing out too early. Yeah, maybe.
No. We crash out early, so I don't have to crash out later.
We gotta pre-fire the crash out. So low cortisol in this game.
It's not pre-fire. She has to warm it up.
Honestly, it's still like it's residual from the last one, to be honest.
Honest God, yeah.
They have an Angela, by the way.
They have an Angela and a Penny, and I don't like it, and they have a White Fox, and I'm gonna die right now. I died.
And a Penny. They have a Penny.
Mine's destroyed. Angry, I'm dead. Again, I love how I'm just there. I'm
Fuck. Is my aim that bad? Okay, it is. Break the nest. It's in the fucking fog, bro.
Guys, what am I being hit by? What the fuck?
Bro, Angela's getting healed by the rocket from so far away. The hell punish her now.
Oh my God.
Rocket beacon destroyed. Angela's pushing. I'm pushing behind the supports. How did I not grab?
I'm dead. Invis.
Oh shit. Yeah, this nest is a problem. We have time for that?
It's not worth it. No, it's not
We
worth
don't
it.
even have time for that.
Not worth it.
Okay. I'm gonna switch characters.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. So I have a genetic anomaly, but I'm
Oh, I
not
thought
a
Memo
mutant.
was Wanda.
And please don't ask me what the
No,
difference is, because
I was
don't
Thor.
know.
No, it's
Was not working. Angela and the Penny, I can't handle that.
Well, Angela's on top here, kind of. I thought also Steven shooting at me from so far away. Oh my God! Really?
Oh, I'm not in that.
No. What? Wait. Where did? Oh.
No. Oh my God.
She ulted in front of herself.
That wasn't even on the fucking Angela. That didn't help anybody.
She ulted in front of herself. Was it?
I tried to get to the invis ult, and then I fucking get hit with the Glartrox too, bro. I'm like, this is so cooked, bro. Oh hell no! Oh my God! There's no way. Am I ass?
love how their white fox is going straight up DPS most of the time.
Oh, over.
Angela Punisher.
And
oh
a
my
Punisher.
god.
Dude, why do we have
Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Never mind. Oh my god, she's like one shot.
the penny and the just the penny's
I know.
just pushing.
They got the fucking checkpoint. Just I don't even know,
Guys, why is there a penny nest here? What the fuck?
dude. Because the penny keeps pushing up like so far.
The penny thinks you can
The
do everything
penny's
over.
pushing with the Angela. That's just fucking.
I genuinely don't know what to do anymore.
I'm an Iron Man now, by the way.
Fuck. You're Iron Man now? Oh, they have an Iron Man now.
Yeah, they have an Iron Man.
I'm switching to Rocket. Fuck it, bro. I don't know what else to do. All I can do is try to keep you guys alive.
Was almost dead.
I'll patch you up.
Angela.
How?
Oh my god, the mine. Dude, why do we have 4 supports?
We have
Wait,
4 supports?
Wait, what?
Okay, I'm going back to Thor, I guess. The fuck? This shit wasn't working in the first place, but I'm back here now. Somebody break the fucking nest.
Oh my god, I'm dead again.
Nest is gone. Penny's one shot. Penny's running. Penny's full health again. But the Vishanti's power, yo.
Can we not get
Penny's dead. Penny's dead. Penny's dead.
Angela, guys. Angela in the back.
Iron Man's dead.
Guys, Angela's coming around.
Sorry, I have bigger fish to fry, such as holding down the point.
Angela from side, Angela.
I really hate Angela players.
You hear that, Sen? Sorry.
Guys, don't step on.
Like, like the only person that could have that was so easy to counter with Angela was freaking Winter Soldier, and his freaking grounded got nerfed.
Yeah.
To give Angela the extra buff she needed because she was so useless.
I died.
No! Fucking Penny, bro.
I had 85% guys.
What do you mean we need a thing? How are you gonna play thing against a Penny?
That's so stupid.
Oh my god. We have 3 supports, dude.
No, you
Where's the Gambit, bro? Where's the Gambit at?
We're waiting for Gambit's ult. How is he still at 27? He ult already, or did I miss that?
He ulted.
Oh, I guess I missed that one.
He ulted earlier.
I guess we missed that one.
That's how I got the double kill. He already ulted. Yeah, he already ulted.
Okay, as long as someone got something from that, I guess.
I got double kill. I was gonna get more. But... Oh, ice is forward. Oh, never mind.
What?
I have.
I'm fucking losing frames, bro.
We're not doing anything. Friggin' Penny keeps putting the mines there. No one destroys them. I can't keep destroying them because they keep dying at the same time. Friggin' I hate rain.
Oh my god, dude. Is it over?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Not sure.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side.
Guys, what are we doing wrong?
We have a 2-8 Gambit. That's...
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
We're 3 people. We're 4 people, and we're most likely playing with different teams.
Someone to push in to kill the healers. Yeah, that's true. Just go DPS. Do whatever the fuck you want. Go DPS. We still have a 2-8 Gambit. By the way, he was invis, so
Yeah, I thought I was playing like shit, dude.
I don't care who he was. I don't know the fact why we keep having exactly. Thank you. Freaking triple support.
Dude, we
Triple
went for support at some point.
Hey,
What the fuck?
yeah, triple supports and I wasn't getting healed. 4 supports and we weren't getting healed. How does this?
Hi, Unity.
Code Iron Unity at w.gg.
To be fair, I was only playing support for like 4 seconds, bro. I only have
Yeah, I
47
just saw his
healing.
stats 2 and 8. yeah. Mad Moon had just switched, but Mad Moon didn't realize that the Wanda had switched a while ago. So
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
okay, guys, 2 and 8. 2 and 8.
No, I swear, bro. Like, I don't even know what our team was doing at that time, bro.
I really don't know what the fuck.
That's what they're doing. Just came to say hi.
They're doing what? Unity?
Also, Overwatch is great.
Oh, the new character?
No, Overwatch is great. I'm never gonna be able to get out of that side.
No, you will not.
My dude, I can't get out silver, so.
Freaking Angel is so low.
Oh.
Oh, they have a rock.
Hi, Star. Hello. Sorry, the. Oh, I'm dead.
Why? I don't get it. Why do I have to fight 2 people?
My dude,
Why?
the Gambit was with you. I thought he would help you. I'm sorry.
I mean,
He's
what
2
the
and
hell?
9, by the way. 2 and 9.
Bro, there's no one else alive. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, that's fine. There's no one alive.
Like,
I
the
don't
moment I hook someone, I need people to kill them. I can't keep having them go back.
Okay, here. I'll go with you.
Okay, they got a fucking Iron Man, bro. When did they have, like, bro? How is this even
I'm
happening?
trying to kill him, but I can't.
What is our Scarlet, bro? Please kill him. Thank you.
Dead.
Holy fuck,
And now I'm
bro.
fighting an Angela. I don't know why the Angela's going after me.
Ice Bullet left the game. Ice Bullet left the Discord.
He said
Ice.
I have to go.
Oh, okay. Probably an emergency, I assume.
I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder.
No worries.
We just surrender now, bro. Fuck. Oh my god.
We gotta kill the rocket. Freaking their Angela's slower than me. The rocket's
Rocket's
not
dead.
dying.
Rocket's dead. Rocket is dead. I repeat, Rocket Raccoon is deceased.
I can't.
I'm dead.
Dude, the mines.
I have ult, but I want to push in, but if I push in, he's dying.
If you can push in, but freaking. Dude, I can't. Like, there's no way. Why do I have to fight 2 tanks? What do I have? Do I have a bounty on my head? This is crazy. They ulted on me. They ulted on me.
Bro, how many ults is that?
Yep.
They're literally, I swear, I have a bounty on my head at this point.
Or the only person who hasn't ulted is no, the Rocket also ulted. No, they all ulted. They don't have ulted.
Yeah, each one of them ulted. I want to kill the other. I don't know.
Bro, we don't have motion.
And he ran away. Dude, I can't focus.
What
on
the
them all.
fuck? I'm being solo ulted. What the fuck?
I straight up rather play by myself, not gonna lie.
Oh. They're now just like shitting on us.
Like I'd rather play by myself because if we don't have a full team, we're most likely playing against people that have a full team. Because this is way too much coordination just for a random players to be at. Like they all know where each person is.
Oh my god, bro.
Or Wanda.
It's so over, man.
Freaking Angela's so low.
Yep.
Final score 0, 2, 3.
Guys.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's not okay.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Well, can't expect to win them all.
It's okay.
Ice bullet, what happened, bro?
He had to leave.
Where did he go?
He probably had point compensation. I only lost 9 points, so I'm -1. Thanks. It's fine. We should probably just end it there. I don't know. I think we're getting too mad. We're getting too mad, guys. We're getting too mad. We're getting too mad. We complain too much. We complain too much, okay? Don't worry about it, don't worry.
Yeah, I don't
Am I in Diamond 2 now? Fuck, man. Again?
Oh, I didn't. You deranked? Wait, sorry.
I deranked and I ranked back up and then I ranked down again.
By the way, I'm not gonna touch rank again until we find a full team.
A full team?
I'm
Okay,
not
so
doing this.
okay, so who's that? That's me, you, Roxy, Sensen, Step Bro, and Ice Bullet. Is that 6?
If we can get Sebro, and if we can get Ice Bullet, you know.
Like there really is no point, and like 4 people at that point they're gonna put you with like full teams. And
Yeah,
full
full
teams
teams.
are hard to beat.
Yeah, they're more coordinated than us,
Like,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
4
like we
people-
can coordinate between the 4 of us, but then the 2 Randalls are out doing whatever the fuck they want, you know. So
Yeah.
is this the one? Oh, we don't look at that. Why the fuck is she also low? Well, whatever. God damn, guys, I've only won 4 out of 10 games with her. We only won 4 games today.
Damn.
Or 3. How many games have we won? I don't know.
3.
3? God damn. God damn. God damn. It's okay though. It's okay.
Dude.
We're being too toxic, guys. We're being too toxic. Gotta stop complaining, you know? Gotta be
toxic. We're fucking losing. How is that being toxic?
Dude, I only won 7 games all
thank you
stream.
for the
Holy
follow.
fuck, man. That's depressing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. To be honest with you, Ice, it's not even you that's the problem. Like we've just kind of come to the realization that
Bro, I've been streaming this game for
playing against
5
the
hours
squad-
and I've only won 7 games.
out of how many that you played?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
Holy
18,
shit.
19,
Holy shit.
19.
Holy shit.
No, not 19.
19?
Sorry. Yeah, 19.
19 and you only won 7?
Oh, wait, no, 18. Or no.
It generally gets me off
You've
the
lost
fact
to the
that
left.
you play with people
Sorry,
that
like 20
you know-
games. 20 games.
20? Wait, what the fuck is happening? Is it 19, 18,
It's 20.
or
It's 20. Sorry, I subtracted one instead of adding one by accident. I don't know what was going on in my brain.